A lot happens in a year. New faces fight for their moment of glory.
And it's Nijinsky in deep stretch. Drawing clear. Nijinsky hauls home the Pepsi North America Cup.
I think we're going to see him more and more in the next few weeks or months.
Champions look to defend their thrones.
Twin B. Joe Fresh. She's going to get her 9th of the season. And when the Dayton Distaff Derby, she is in a field all alone. A Twin B. Joe Fresh.
Others try to cement their monstrous campaign.
But it's by the missile decisive winner.
All while the crowd cheers for victory.
It's all Captain Albano and Tom McCarthy.
Now, at the Meadowlands Racetrack in East Rutherford, New Jersey, the best in the sport face off to be crowned as champions. 2 nights, 12 divisions, 1 goal. It all comes down to the Breeders' Crown.
With New York City in the backdrop, we are back for night 2 of the 2024 Breeders' Crown. 8 championship finals tonight for 3-year-olds and up. $4.4 million in purse money to be given away. Yes, the Meadowlands Racing and Entertainment in East Rutherford, the place to be tonight as we celebrate 40 years of the Breeders' Crown Series. Last night, we got kicked off night 1. 2-year-olds were in the spotlight. The Filly Trot went to Lady Landia, giving James McDonald his first Breeders' Crown trophy. The Filly Pace was captured by Mickey and Minnie and Dexter Dunn in 150-2, one of the most impressive efforts of the season. Maryland gave Dunn his second Crown victory on the Friday night program, likely locking up seasonal divisional honors as well. And Lou Print wrapping things up with a sub-150 victory in the 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pace, giving Ronnie Wren Jr. his first Breeders' Crown title. Here's what we can look forward to this evening. As mentioned, 8 championship finals, and they will be raced consecutively here at the Big M tonight. Races 4 through 11 with the Mare Trot to kick things off. The Mare Pace will bookend things on the other end over in race number 11. So it's going to be a busy night, but a whole lot of fun as we welcome you trackside. We're in our paddock location. Greg Blanchard, so pleased to be alongside Emily Ratcliffe once again. And these are the nights that we live for. And again, last evening, what a way to kick things off. Dexter Dunn continues his hot streak in the Breeders' Crown since relocating to North America.
You're exactly right, Greg. And, last night we said it all comes down to the crown, and it certainly did. Each race delivering different emotions and capturing some of those emotions that we talked about. It was a nice appetizer for the main course tonight.
Absolutely. It's going to be a lot of fun. As we said, 8 races in total this evening. We want to welcome everybody tuning in. We're on all sorts of various social media platforms tonight. So wherever you are tuning in, great to have you on board. Hope you enjoy the coverage. Let us know where you're watching from. If you've got any questions, any comments to pass along during the night as well, we'll try and get to some of those. But right now, we have to get to the other member of our broadcast team joining us in our paddock location, trackside as well. He'll be busy. His name is Mike Carter. Mike, how are you?
Hey guys, good evening. What a difference 24 hours can make weather-wise. Last night it was a little bit cool, but tonight it's going to drop down into the low 40s. One of the things we're going to have to deal with tonight that we didn't have to deal with last night is the wind. It's at their backs going up the backstretch and hitting them in the face coming through the stretch. We've seen a couple of big long shot closers win already this evening. So we'll see if the long shots will dominate or if some of the favorites will shine through brightly here this evening. Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mike. We know he'll get his steps in tonight. Always busy covering things off in our paddock location.
We talked about it last night. Worth mentioning, Mike was the lucky charm last night. He talked to Ronnie Wren. He talked to James McDonald. He talked to Ron Burke. So he'd warning to the participants, if you want to get a Breeders' Crown title, Mike's the guy you need to talk to. He was a good luck charm last night.
Yeah, no promises, but you know what? It's always nice to talk to Mike Carter. So he'll be talking to people before their Breeders' Crown races. The lady that will get to talk to the happy owners afterwards, she's got the best seat in the house every year, Heather Vitale, and we're going to visit her right now in that Diamond Creek Winners Lounge. Heather?
Yes, we are definitely going to have a party again this evening. And, just think of this. We are right next door to New York, the most exciting city in the world with, the best VIP nightlife. Okay, but the most exclusive club to be in this weekend is the Diamond Creek Winners Lounge. And that is because the only way you can enter is if you are part of the entourage of a winner of a Breeders' Crown. We will be popping bottles of champagne and mingling with the happy connections. And, it is really exclusive. But if you guys want to get on the guest list, I could probably pull some strings.
Well, we sure hope so. And maybe save us a glass.
Yeah, you a
three.
glass or me 3. Yeah, that's right. Best seat in the house, Heather. And last night, we talk about emotions, Greg, and she did such a fabulous job of capturing that. And it's such a sometimes a missed piece, right? The race is over and you turn the program page and you move on to the next race. But it's so great to be able to capture the emotion of those folks. And everyone wants to relish in a Breeders' Crown win, so it's nice to get to talk to those folks.
Absolutely. Again, big welcome to everybody watching tonight, and many people who are tuning in could also play along with us on our contest jockey promotion as well. We'll be contesting that again tonight for night 2. It debuted here last night. Very easy to sign up. Just visit contestjockey.com. You've got time to sign up. Submit your selections. You'll be playing with a mythical bankroll. You'll be playing against other players and a chance to win some real serious prizes as well.
Yeah, I was going to say mythical bankroll, Greg, but serious bragging rights, real-time bragging rights.
Yeah, and we'll have a real-time leaderboard. We'll be able to monitor that throughout the evening as well. And good luck to everybody participating in that tonight. Good luck to all of the participants as well. So let's dive right into it. We're just a few moments away from the post parade of our first Breeders' Crown Championship of the night. Almost $500,000 on the line. It's the Mayor's Open Trot, and an outstanding field that we're going to have a look at in here. One mare conspicuous by her absence is the recently retired Jiggy Jog, and she, of course, was the winner in this event last year. So unfortunately, won't get to see her participating here, but her legacy is certainly going to live on, and Team Svanstead will be well represented, of course, in this first contest of the night.
Yeah, and I believe she's going to have a retirement ceremony for her tonight. So while she's not competing, she's still on property and going to have a retirement ceremony for her after race 6.
All right, there's a look at your complete field. One of the starters is post 7 entrant Tactical Mounds, and she's enjoyed an excellent campaign in her 4-year-old season. And her trainer, Megan Scran, is making her Breeders' Crown final debut. And earlier this week, we caught up with her to get her thoughts on this very exciting moment.
Tactical Mounds grabs the track and leads it by 2. Tactical Mounds almost home. Tactical Mounds, a measured winner here over Tipsy Money.
She's had a really good year. She had a few starts not too long ago that weren't very good, not bad, but she just wasn't finishing her miles well. And it wasn't until we raced her at the Red Mile where we seemed to really figure out why she's been doing that. She raced really good in her last start at Yonkers, so I think we have the problem resolved. I'm really looking forward to it. I grew up riding and showing my whole life. I was running a riding horse farm. I got into the standardbreds about 10 years ago. Actually, one of my friends got me a job with Tron Smedgehammer. And my first week in, I went, oh my God, 7 days a week, this is a lot. And I fell in love with one horse, and I got to race him in the Hambo, so it's been an addiction since, and I can't imagine being without it. It's definitely an advantage to have him. You know, he thinks about the whole year of the horse and not just this race, so I know he's always bringing me a horse back after the mile, so he gives me great feedback, and we just try to be better every week. Every race is with her special, you know. I'm sure I'll be crying a lot, because I always do with her. And yeah, it's an honor to be able to race a horse in the Breeders' Crown.
Here at the paddock with Braxton Boyd. Braxton, you've got your first Breeders' Crown drive tonight. James McDonald and Ronnie Wren both won their first Breeders' Crown last night. What would it mean to you to get to a victory here tonight?
That'd mean the world to me, and maybe you guys will bring me some luck here.
Yeah, you draw the rail with Swan's Eye. What kind of chance do you give her? She draws inside. She's got some early speed and can really go.
She was very tough last week against the boys, and this should be a little cheaper than racing against the boys. So we got some early speed, and hopefully we can use it to our advantage.
Braxton, good luck.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
All right, great stuff there. Getting to hear from Braxton Boyd, who's obviously excited. Megan Scran in that feature as well with Tactical Mounds. And there's, a bit of a new generation that we're starting to see in the Breeders' Crown. And it means so much to them, not only to compete, but have a chance to maybe capture their first crown title.
And like we talked about at the top of the show, Greg, this the Breeders' Crown, obviously we talk about how exciting it is, but these are races that are going to live on long past the wire, long past the finish line. These are races that people will remember for the rest of their lives. And just like that, Braxton Boyd, first Breeders' Crown, and one he won't soon forget, and hopefully he has a good trip there.
Long shot on the board, but this is a talented mare. She's a 15-time career winner, $250,000, a daughter of Swan for All. Vincent Campalong is the trainer, and again, Braxton Boyd in the driver's seat.
The next is the 2, Warwee Xenia from the Mark Stacey barn, a 5-year-old mare by Walner. Jason Bartlett in the sulky for Breeders Warwee Farms. She has $410,000 lifetime, looking for her second win of the season.
Okay, Swanstead was the trainer-driver of the 2021 winner in this division. Her name, Felicity Shagwell. He'll be on board number 3, Call Me Goo, 6-time winner this year and almost $700,000 lifetime.
There's a look at the 4, Refined. Virgil Morgan Jr. trains Doug McNair in the sulky for owners Joyce McClelland and Larry Wills of Columbus, Ohio. She was bred by Walnut Hall Stock Farm.
The great M.M.'s Dream, winner of more than $1.7 million. Ron Burke teaming up here with driver David Miller.
Just looking at the 6, that's Baroness Hill. Another from the Virgil Morgan Jr. barn. Todd McCarthy gets the call, a 4-year-old mare by Cadabra. Tom Hill owns Harbor Racing Stable bred.
Nelson Bright Eagle is the 8. It's going to be Dexter Dunn teaming up here with trainer Aka Svanstead. 2 wins on the season and just shy of $200,000 lifetime, but maybe the now horse coming in.
The 9 is Pioneer Odds from the Annette Lorenzen barn, a 5-year-old mare by Devious Man. Tim Tetrick in the sulky. Breeders ACL Stuteri and owners.
All right, truly a world-class field going to the post in here. Couple of millionaires, a blossoming Nelson Bright Eagle, 3-2, and favorite in here. And there's Aki Svanstead with number 3, Call Me Goo, 1 of 2 for the Svanstead stable. And she is standing by, she being Sarah Svanstead with Mike Carter.
Thanks so much, Greg. Sarah, last night we had a chance to talk, and you got to the winner's circle, and you've got a couple of really nice shots here in the 4th race. Let's start with Call Me Goo. She has really come back nicely since being scratch sick off that qualifier.
Yeah, she was a little bit sick that day, but it was nothing major, and she has races again and has done great.
Now let's talk about Nelson Bright Eagle for a second, because this horse since shipping over here has just kind of been on a wild ride, but that effort at Lexington, oh my goodness.
I said the same. I mean, like, oh God, I said, why did she make a break today? And then she catched the field like crazy, and she also finished. So that was huge from her. But she took it good, and she have come home in her bed again and have her routines, and everything looks good.
Now your stable has shipped a lot of these overseas horses over here lately. What's it like kind of getting them ready for the races over here? How much different is it for them?
It depends a little bit on what time you get them. It's not the greatest time when the season is rolling, because it's a little bit of a different of feed and the routines and everything. So the best time is to get them in the fall, so you can start them in the program that you want to do for them for the spring. So, but she have handled that very good too. So,
Sarah, good luck.
Thank you,
guys.
Good stuff. Thanks again, Michael Carter. And one of the Swanstead entries in here, Nelson Bright Eagle, your post-8 starter, as Dexter Dunn looks for back-to-back victories in this particular division. Tough to hear that you're not going to have another chance with Jiggy Jog this year, but a pretty nice replacement.
Yeah, good to be Dexter Dunn, as we said last night. When your off the bench starter is a horse like Nelson Bright Eagle, and obviously Jiggy Jog taking nothing away from her, but what a horse to pick up here for Team Svanstedt, as we said. And as Sarah said, I watched that race live, and it was one of the most impressive performances of the day. She made a break, didn't make a big deal about it, simply got right back to work, and I believe she just ran out of racetrack. A few more steps and she was the winner, in my opinion.
And let's talk about Dexter Dunn. 2 wins last night. Since relocating to North America, every year he has had multiple Breeders' Crown titles, and his fingerprints are all over this particular division. He's won 4 of the last 5 editions, including the stakes record of 151 that was set by Manchego in 2019. And in terms of all-time Breeders' Crown drivers, despite his short window of time here in the U.S., he has quickly risen up the ranks, and he's among the all-time leaders already. It's pretty staggering.
It really is. It's absolutely incredible. As you said, he pretty much owns this division. And similar story for Team Svanstedt. They've trained 2 of the last 3 winners in this division as well. So just incredible statistics, as you said. And similar story for Team Svanstedt. It was just a few years ago. They didn't have any Breeders' Crown titles, and it seems to appear as of late they really can't lose.
That's right. The richest mare in the field, though, is MM's Dream, $1.7 million and counting. So a victory tonight would vault her into double millionaire status, and I wouldn't be the least bit surprised to see her do it. It's just been another rock-solid campaign for this 5-year-old mare. Ron Burke's had so many great trotting mares over the years. A lot of them happen to be sired by Swan for All, and, of course, teaming up with veteran Dave Miller here as well. So they'll be formidable, I think, here from that mid-gate starting spot.
Yeah, and you talk about Ron Burke. He also owns the most trainer wins. We talk about Team Svanstedt, but Ron Burke has 3 trainer wins in this very division. And as you said, a horse like Hannelore Hanover, of course, it comes to mind. So, like you said, no stranger to success, Buckeye St. Pat with these older trotting mares. And MM's Dream is a mare I am obviously very familiar with from Indiana, and she's just been incredible what she's done, not only in the state of Indiana, but on the Grand Circuit as well. And the thing I find very interesting about her, just as they did with Hannelore, Greg, is the fact that they don't steer away from taking on the boys as well. As you see, she raced the Dayton Derby, Jiggy Jog, the Dayton Derby with the mares, but they do not shy away in the Maple Leaf Trot and the likes of racing the boys. And she holds her own. She's going to take on the girls again tonight. And interestingly enough, her stats are mirror images of each other. She had 15 starts last year. She's got 15 starts, 7 wins, and 4 on the board finish, 4 second place finishes as well. So I think this is a good spot for her. She's right now at 3-1. No surprise to see Nelson Bright Eagle at 6-5.
And for Dave Miller, who drives MM's Dream, he'll be looking for a second win in this category. Last clicked back in 2015 with a trotting mare called D1, as we're just moments away from post time here for the first of our 8 championships. Want to say a quick hello to some of the viewers watching on the Cosa Facebook page here. We've got some familiar friends of the show watching in. Mark Anderson, as always. J.D. Varnell is on the line again tonight. Nancy Hubbard from Illinois is tuning in, and good friend Jason Turnbull watching from Cape Breton on the East Coast.
Not only watching, they have a watch
Canada.
Party. That's my kind of watch party.
That is fun.
I'm there for that. I love that.
And I feel like we're kind of part of the watch party.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of these live streaming shows is,
right.
We're all kind of getting the same vantage point. And, it's so much fun to be here in person. But, for those who obviously can't make it, we're glad to be able to bring you coverage. And we'll keep an eye on all of our different feeds throughout the night. Again, good luck to everybody playing along. Time rapidly winding down if you're going to sign up for the contest jockey contest here this evening. So good luck to everybody playing along with that as well. The preferred equine starting gate moving into position here this evening. And yes, here we go. Night 2 of the Breeders' Crown. We get ready to kick it off with the Mares Open Trot, just shy of $500,000 on the line. Can this mare MM's Dream become a double millionaire with a victory? Will Team Svanstedt capture a second straight title, or will someone else upset the apple cart? Ken Warkentin, the Hall of Fame voice of the Meadowlands, he's got your call next.
Nelson Bright Eagle right now. Dexter Dunn at 3-1, the 5 MM's Dream. Last year's runner-up in this event, 7-2 on the 3 Call Me Goo. Mares are lined up, ready for a start. Race 4, here they come. Off and trotting, Pioneer trying to blast off on the outside with Nelson Bright Eagle. There goes MM's Dream along with Refined alongside. And on the rail, Swan's Eye showing up there as they fan across the track. Swooping down is Pioneer. Long shot for T-Trick, takes the lead early. Refined on the inside second. Left out there 3 deep and driving is MM's Dream. In between them is Call Me Goo coming on. They're mixing it up early. As on the inside, Swan's Eye drops back. And now Nelson Bright Eagle advances into 5th on the outside past a contested opening quarter. Warwi Xenia at the rear of the field with Bareness Hill and the early trailers Tactical Mounds. It was 27-4 as Call Me Goo wrestled control but gets intense pressure from MM's Dream on the outside, and they're going at it across the backstretch. Pioneer on the inside 3rd. Nelson Bright Eagle sits second over on the outside 4th past the half. Refined is 5th. And getting underway on the outside 6th is Warwi Xenia off the speed. She'll have to come 3 wide. Then Swan's Eye between horses. Then Bareness Hill to the outside as they tighten up. Tactical Mounds is trailing. The half was 55 seconds. Oki Svanstead and Call Me Goo in front. MM's Dream on the outside pressing. On the inside, Pioneer. 3 wide. Nelson Bright Eagle trying to reel in the stablemate. It's Call Me Goo by 2, going well at 3/4. Call Me Goo in 1, 22-3, 27-3, 3rd quarter stretch drive of the Breeders' Crown. Call Me Goo 3 wide. Nelson Bright Eagle with big kick on the outside. Call Me Goo in front by 3, but under urging. Call Me Goo. Nelson Bright Eagle trying to reel her in. MM's Dream is 3rd, and then it's Warwi Xenia down to the wire. Call Me Goo cannot be denied. Call Me Goo at 5-1. Call Me Goo, call her a Breeders' Crown champion. Then Nelson Bright Eagle, MM's Dream, and Warwi Xenia. Call Me Goo, 150-4. A stakes record.
There's Sarah Svanstead. Hugs all around. A big 1-2 finish. What a way to start off the second night of the Breeders' Crown for that stable. And Call Me Goo came to play at the A game. It looked like Aka had really one strategy on his mind from the get-go. And I think he knew what he had here in this one. And pretty nice way to start it off. Stakes record performance by 1/5 of a second.
And, you know, I saw him turning for home there. I think he was looking for a stablemate to be coming. And hats off to Nelson Bright Eagle, both her and MM's Dream. What a trip. Obviously out every step of the way. Not ideal. I thought it was a valiant effort and defeat, but take nothing away from Call Me Goo. She was the best mare tonight.
She certainly was. Kind of in a class of her own here this evening. And you're right, the 2nd and 3rd place finishers, full marks, especially MM's Dream. That was as tough a trip as you could withstand, and she hangs on for 3rd. Nice paycheck for her, Warwi Xenia, and it looked like Tactical Mounds got up for the final check in 5th. So we will take our first commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have winners' reaction prices and much more from the Meadowlands.
Winback Farm of Delaware is home to 8 exceptional stallions. New in 2024, Nutcracker Sweet, a full brother to Double Millionaire Better Sweet and half brother to the Great Sweet Lou. World Champion He's Watching, a proven sire of stakes winners, including Double Millionaire Tattoo Artist, Sports Column, an Ontario Sire Stakes star, and a 19-time winner. Top Flight Angel, won the Orchestra Final and is a multiple New York Sire Stakes champion. Also standing, Badlands Hanover, Classic Card Shark, Glide Master, and Ronnie's Bags Again. For more information, visit winbackfarm.com.
Shambhala picks up the live cover. He's 2nd over now in prime striking position. Split the house on the inside, 4th. Delta Winner is 5th on the outside. Makatso needs racing room from 6th. To the outside, all bets off is 7th. 3/4 for Wiggle It Jiggle It, 1:22 and 1:27 flat. And it's a sprint to the wire in the Breeders' Crown open pace. Wiggle It Jiggle It squaring off with Always Be Mickey on the outside. Shambhala needs to do more. Split the house on the inside. Wiggle It Jiggle It, Always Be Mickey on the outside. One final surge and Wiggle It Jiggle It, Always Be Mickey won't give up. Always Be Mickey! He's a Breeders' Crown repeater, and he delivers the knockout blow on Wiggle It Jiggle It in 1:49.
A look at Aki Svanstedt returning to the Breeders' Crown winner circle, kicking off the action tonight in style with a stakes record performance, 150-4 from his Call Me Goo, and that lowers the former standard of 151, which was set by Manchego by a fifth of a second. For Aki now, his third victory in this division as a trainer, his second as a driver, and never better, and I think a testament to the horsemanship of Svanstedt to have this mare this good this late in the season.
Exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth, Greg. And we talked a little bit about it last night. When horses are reaching new lifetime bests in October, November, and on a cool night like we have tonight, like you said, it speaks to the condition that this horse is in and the care that she's taken. Of course, recently joined the Svanstedt barn, or maybe not so recently. It looked like it was a few months ago. Team Skinner, I know, campaigned this mare for a number of years and also did a wonderful job with her in the state of Delaware and even on the Grand Circuit as well, and just doing an absolutely phenomenal job campaigning her. And she has certainly agreed with the Team Svanstedt way of doing things as well. Just like you said, a new lifetime best at this stage in the game is truly remarkable.
Yes, a great point to make. She hadn't been back in here in the Svanstedt barn all that long, and the Skinners, as you said, did a real nice job with this mare as well. And she's put together a brilliant campaign. When you look at it as a whole, she is now over $500,000 in seasonal earnings. That's going to put her right up over the $900,000 mark lifetime. And that victory tonight will certainly go a long way in maybe putting her in the conversation for year-end honors in this division where it's been fairly wide open behind, I guess, Jiggy Jog. We should specify with her retiring, she's not out of the picture for that. She's likely a lock in that regard. But Call Me Goo, maybe serving notice that beyond this year, watch out for her. She's a 4-year-old and should be just even better than this next year.
As you said, it should just continue to move forward, and certainly exciting, obviously, for her connections. As you said, they've enjoyed success and have to be just absolutely on cloud nine seeing her performance tonight. And as you talk about Team Svanstedt, just an incredible way to kick off the night, just as they did last night. Kicked off the Breeders' Crown winners with Lady Landia, and they're going to kick it off here again tonight. As we talked about just a few minutes ago, Greg, I thought it was incredibly interesting. Team Svanstedt has won all 9 of those Breeders' Crown trophies, now 10, in the past 3 years. So 3 years ago, didn't have a Breeders' Crown trophy to his credit, and now he's going to have to make more room in his trophy room.
And there's going to be a few more along the way. Don't worry about that. It's just incredible the numbers that they've been putting up as well. There's a look at the winner's presentation. Big group, as we're going to see throughout the night. Some very happy connections. Adorned there is Call Me Goo with the beautiful winner's blanket. Love the color scheme this year. Great job by the Breeders' Crown. They change that up every few years. Tweak the logo and the color scheme. So kudos in that regard as well. The beautiful Breeders' Crown trophy, of course, part of the hardware that the connections will take home this evening. And Call Me Goo, generous win return as well. So congratulations those who are playing along in the wagering pools tonight and those who are playing along on contestjockey.com. Anybody that backed that one, that's a great start to the night.
I was going to say, I think it's worth mentioning, too. Oftentimes we talk about Breeders' Crown, and I know we'll get into things like chalk and heavy favorites, and you inevitably will run into those. But worth mentioning that we have seen pretty decent prices, and I know there are quite a few people that are a big fan of this mare, Call Me Goo. And so, as you said, hats off to anybody that jumped in and had her, because you were nicely rewarded at the windows, and a nice exacta price with Nelson Bright Eagle there as well.
Okay, going to quickly Switch over to the Breeders' Crown Facebook feed here. John Stolde tuning in from Ontario. Deborah Patrick as well. We've got Marcelo online watching as well. Great to have you all tuning in on that Facebook feed as well. Let's take another quick break and we'll be back with the Winner's Circle reaction next.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
Donato Hanover now meets up with Arch Madness on the outside, who comes calling with Sears. It's Pearson Sears going at it here past three-quarters. Donato Hanover, Arch Madness looking for another upset the same way. Flirtin' Man third on the outside, on the rail, great success. They turn for home 124-4 in the Breeders' Crown. It's Donato Hanover. Arch Madness on the outside, stepping out there, looking to wear him down. Donato Hanover put the test. Arch Madness, here comes Flirtin' Man. John Campbell with dead aim as Arch Madness gets to Donato. Donato's defeated. Arch Madness, Flirtin' Man, final surge. Arch Madness, Sears and Smithhammer, kings of the crowd. Flirtin' Man was second. Donato Hanover third.
Welcome, everybody, to the Winner's Circle. The Breeders' Crown Open Mares Trot is over, and Oka Svansted's Call Me Goo has won it. Now, Oka, supplemental entry costs a lot of money, but it turned out to be a very good investment.
Yeah, we had two horses in top form, and it was the owner's choice to pay it. So, but it paid off.
It was the supplemental was only going to happen with Jiggy Jog not racing. Is that correct?
What'd you say?
Well, Jiggy Jog wasn't going to race, so that caused the supplemental entry.
No, if she had raced against the boys.
Okay, so she wouldn't have been in this race, so you were going to enter Call Me Goo either way.
Yeah, we think about that early. It was the owner who talked about it for 1 or 1.5 months ago.
Now, you stacked these horses up pretty well on the lead, so you had a lot of horses coming at you. Were you still confident racing on the front end?
Yeah, she been better and better for every race, and she warmed up good, and I was very happy with her. So then I made the choice to go in the front and have a really high speed.
Did you see Nelson Bright Eagle coming?
Yeah, I was a little afraid in the beginning of the stretch, but then I feel good in the middle of the stretch.
How are you feeling at that point? Your horse is on the lead and your other horse is coming at you.
Yeah, that was perfect.
So, but you still want to win the race, don't you?
Yeah, of course.
So, Call Me Goo, ever since you got her, she's really been outstanding, hasn't she?
Yeah, hey, she have been a good horse all her life, but maybe she's a really top horse now. Now, when Iggy is retired, it's good to have her, a horse like her.
And what do you do in the future with Call Me Goo?
It's the TVG final last of November now, and then we turn her out.
The first of the 8 Breeders' Crown finals goes to Call Me Goo and Oka Svanstedt in the Open Mares Trot. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations again to Team Svanstedt, starting off our second night of the Breeders' Crown with a victory and stakes record time. And it sounds like Call Me Goo will have another big race on her dance card before seasons and in the TVG. We turn our attention to the up-and-coming filly trotters and 3-year-old filly trotters going to the post here. 600,000 on the line this time around and a full field of 10. And wide open. I find it difficult to find a standout in here.
I thought this was maybe one of the most interesting races on the card tonight. If you have a strong opinion about one of these trotting fillies, I think that you should certainly jump in because I think you'll get a price on the winner here. I don't think we'll see heavy favoritism right now, 2-1 on Drawn Impression, which is about where we obviously still quite a bit of time come post time, but would not be surprised to see similar odds come post time.
And we've got fillies here from several different jurisdictions. The inside two, both from Canada, Willie's Home Run, Drawn Impression, Ohio, Lexington, and many more. Well, I see Mike Carter Walking out here with Louis-Philippe Waugh. Let's get some thoughts on him as they come out for post-parade.
Thanks, Greg. Here with Louis-Philippe Waugh. And Louis, you've got Drawn Impression, who was a very nice 2-year-old. She's really come back nice at 3.
Yeah, exactly. Even I feel like this year she stayed good looking and healthy all year long. So I couldn't ask for better coming in that big race for her. You know, I know it's a deep field there, but if you talk about the individual itself, she's at her peak right now.
Clearly, the time off after the Elegant Image didn't bother her at all.
No, exactly. Look, the team did a great job, like I said, keeping her sharp all year long. You look at all she achieved this year, she didn't do anything wrong, I would say. So let's hope it continues tonight.
Louis, good luck.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Louis-Philippe Waugh. They get set to depart our paddock area, and he'll be on board number 2, Drawn Impression, the regally bred Muscle Hill filly from the champion mare Emoticon Hanover, who was campaigned, of course, by the same connections. This is a homebred for Determination of Montreal and trainer Luc Blais. Our parade marshals looking good tonight as well, decked out in the Breeders' Crown colors.
As you said, I love that they change it up every once in a while with the logo and give it a different look, and always great to see those horses out on the track.
Quick look at the odds board as well, and it is Drawn Impression, who's your 8-5 favorite at this point in time. 9-2 co-favorites, 5 Allegiant, an impressive elimination winner a week ago, and Date Night Hanover, who's been a big player in the division here all season long. So there's the parade marshals, got both the Canadian and the U.S. Flags at the front there as well. Part of the pomp and pageantry of Breeders' Crown Night 2024. As mentioned, 40 years of history. So much history in this particular series. Really is the defining year-end series for all of harness racing. Something the whole industry can be very proud of. It's been at many different venues over the years, and the Meadowlands has been the busiest of the host tracks for this particular event.
It's much like the Hambletonian at the Meadowlands, right? It just it feels at home here.
All right, we're going to get a look at the field on post-parade here in a moment, and there they are. There's Willie's Home Run going to lead it off here. Rob Fellows trainee James McDonald got his first Crown win last night. We'll see if he can guide home this Canadian champion, a winner of almost $700,000 lifetime.
We spoke to the 2 Drawn Impression, driven by Louis Waugh, Luc Blais trains. 3-year-old filly by Muscle Hill out of a double Breeders' Crown champion in Emoticon Hanover. We watched her younger brother race in the 2-year-old Colt Trot last night. She is going to try to get a Breeders' Crown championship. She's the first foal from that Breeders' Crown winner, Emoticon Hanover. She's got $475,000 lifetime.
All right, again, there's Willie's Home Run, Drawn Impression. Following that one out on the track as well. So we'll try and get a look at all of the various competitors going to the post here. As I was mentioning earlier, they're coming in from all different jurisdictions. We've got an Ohio champion. Allegiant's been doing a lot of racing.
There's the Ohio
Lexington
champion right now.
And there she is, Sugar Instead. And yeah, what a resume she's got this year. 12 for 13, 7 for 11 last year, 19 for 24 lifetime.
There's the 4 Soiree Hanover, driver Tim Tetrick for trainer Lucas Wallen. Breeder is Hanover Shoe Farms, of course, the leading breeder as far as Breeders' Crown titles are concerned. Soiree Hanover, $742,000 on her card lifetime.
Allegiant, the number 5. We're going to look at that one in a moment. Debuted for Linda Toscano last time out. Was an ultra impressive off-the-pace winner in her elimination. And there's a look at Allegiant there. Scott Zeron in the driver's seat. They call him the money man. We'll see if he can get it done here with this champion filly.
The 6 was Alysta Hanover. We briefly saw her go by for trainer Annie Stobie. David Miller in the sulky, a 3-year-old filly by International Money, who was also bred by Hanover Shoe Farm. She's owned by Arlyn and Philomeno Curry and Annie Stobie of New Jersey.
Armelina, another winning machine. 7-time winner last year. She's 8 for 15 this year. And $1.9 million on her card lifetime. And we'll see if she can get it done from an outside post 8 tonight.
We're just looking at the 9 Sad Bird Still Sing for trainer Tony Alanya. 3-year-old filly by Chapter 7 will be driven by Yannick Gingras. She was bred by Crawford Farms. Driver Yannick Gingras was victorious in this division back in 2012 behind Maven.
All right. Well, this is testing us out, Emily. This is testing our focus as we try and get to all of the different horses here. So I think we've got them all at one point or another here on the post parade. Right now, though, we're going to head back over to the Diamond Creek Winners Lounge, and here's Heather with some happy folks.
Yes, I'm here with the breeder William Roberts, aka Bib Roberts, and of course his lovely wife Sharon. Now, let's start out with the big question is, why do they call you Bib?
Well, my father named me that when I was too young to say no. And there was another Bill in the family.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right. Now, call me Goo. Oh, you just are elated. You've got a huge group of people here. Everyone is just so happy. Let's hear it. Tell me how you're feeling.
Well, we're feeling great, needless to say. And I just don't know how we could feel any better about breeding this mare and doing everything we did to get her here. So it was a tough job.
Well, I want to talk about that a little bit. So, of course, we've got Goo Goo Gaga as a sire. Who's the mare? And tell me about that hookup, because the mare sire is actually a horse that you also trained.
Yeah, Great George too. The mare was Call Me Mazet, and she was a Delaware sire horse and raced really well in Delaware and did well, and I always liked her, and she was an easy keeper. She did everything right, and her foals were like that also.
Okay. So any cute baby stories? I mean, how adorable was Call Me Goo when she was born?
Well, she was, but like I said, she just did everything right from the start. I mean, she didn't try to kick you or bite you or anything like that. She was just all good.
Right. Doing things right tonight in the Breeders' Crown Final. Congratulations to you and all your connections. And back to you guys.
Very much. Yes, some happy connections there. And speaking of connections of this upcoming race, we're going to head back out to the paddock as Mike Carter has Hall of Famer Linda Toscano.
Thanks so much, guys. Linda Toscano trains a pair of horses tonight. But Linda, let's real quick talk a little bit about Allegiant. What a nice filly this is. You got her in her last start, and she was really good.
Oh, she was awesome. I mean, very rarely do you get a phone call that says, can you take a filly for me and race her in the Breeders' Crown? And when they do come, they're usually a train wreck. But this filly came, and she is everything as advertised. She's a beautiful filly to be around. She's great gaited, and Vernon has done an incredible job with her.
Now, Linda, let's talk about It's My Show. The question you and I have talked about over the last couple of months is, which It's My Show are we going to get? He's kind of like the Tiznow of the thoroughbred world. What do you think of him here tonight?
He's always capable of winning. He seems to be a little bit trip dependent this year, and I think that comes with being a 4-year-old. There's a lot of speed in the race. I'm hoping that he'll be able to take advantage of the fact that there is a lot of speed in the race and be in the right place at the top of the stretch. He's becoming more and more consistent and finishing up really good every single week. He just needs to be in the right place at the right time.
Linda, good luck.
Thank you so much.
Guys?
All right, great stuff, Linda Toscano. Nice addition to get into your barn just prior to a Breeders' Crown. And again, let's give some kudos to the Connections, Verna Beachy and crew who've done a lot of winning with this filly.
They have, and we talked a little bit about it in the previous race, Greg, as far as new lifetime marks are concerned at this point in the season, and that's exactly what Allegiant did in that elimination score. 51-3, that was a new lifetime best for a filly that has proven she belongs in the conversation as far as top of this group is concerned.
Our stakes record in this division, 51-1, that belongs to Jiggy Jog, and that came in 2022. Trainer Akis Vonstead has won the last 2 editions of this particular event. Last year, clicking with Bond, and did the driving himself. And it was Dexter Dunn guiding Jiggy Jog for the stable 2 seasons ago. Akis hopes in this one pinned on Warwi Michelle. He'll be in the driver's seat here, looking to go right back here in the Breeders' Crown. 9-1, getting some support from post 10, so it speaks volumes to the talent of this lass.
Yeah, exactly. And she a Breeders' Crown winner herself. Of course, the Breeders' Crown 2-year-old champion. So she's looking to go back-to-back, one of a few horses that could own 2 Breeders' Crown trophies. So she's looking to join elite company there from post position number 10.
Great field, almost $7 million in combined earnings between the 10. Winner looking to add another $300,000 to their seasonal bankroll. Back upstairs to Ken Workenden with the call of this Breeders' Crown final.
Also an elimination winner, the 5 Allegiant at 3-1. 5-1 action on 7, Date Night Hanover. 6-1 on the 8, Armelina. Trotting fillies are ready to go for the Breeders' Crown Race 5. Here they come. And the fillies are off and trotting. Armelina is leaving with Date Night Hanover. And there goes Allegiant with speed. And Scott Ciron zips right out there with Willie's Home Run showing up on the inside second. And swooping down is Armelina from third up to challenge for the lead. As they continue towards the quarter, Elista Hanover dives in a 4-hole tuck there in front of Drawn Impression fifth. Date Night Hanover is parked on the outside sixth. Then comes Sugar instead. And Soiree Hanover at the rear of the field with Sadbird Still Sing and Warwi Michelle. At the opening quarter, Armelina and Todd McCarthy, they land up front in 27-4. Armelina now paves the way by a length and a half across the backstretch. So Allegiant, after the quick leave, secures a pocket ride. It's Willie's Home Run tracking from third. Elista Hanover is fourth. Drawn Impression still on the cones, takes a peek to the outside, followed by Date Night Hanover. Then it's Sugar instead to the inside. Sad Bird Still Sing. They shoot a gap from the inside with Soiree Hanover 9th, Warwi Michelle still 10th, 55-4, 28 seconds. On to the far turn they go. Chasing Armelina, she is the target. Elista Hanover takes aim first over on the outside. Allegiant is locked in the box third. No racing room for Willie's Home Run. Sitting second over, Drawn Impression and Louis Wan. Now fourth on the outside. And looking poised to fan out is Date Night Hanover from third over position, passing 3/4. It's Armelina. The ball's in her court. 1:23 2/5 into the stretch at 27-3 third quarter. It's Armelina in front, out of the pocket. Allegiant after a perfect trip, and the money man takes aim with that one. Allegiant on the inside, Armelina, those two to the wire. Then it's Elista Hanover third, and it's Allegiant. The perfect trip pays off. Allegiant at 2-1. Allegiant in the Breeders' Crown for the money man. Then Armelina, Elista Hanover, and Drawn Impression in 1:51-1, equaling the stakes record.
Allegiant comes right back following up on that impressive elimination victory and uses somewhat similar tactics tonight, up even a little bit closer to the pace this time around. It that 2-hole journey just so good, but the mare so sharp right now that from about halfway down the lane to the wire, the end result really wasn't in doubt.
Exactly, Greg. Like you said, and you draw up a Breeders' Crown race. You get to this point, right? You get a filly that's certainly capable. She draws well, of course, after her elimination victory, but you just couldn't map out a much prettier picture, a much prettier trip than what we saw there by Scott Ciron and Allegiant.
And the daughter of tactical landing so sharp right now that I think Scott sensed that, and he said, let's put her into play here and let's make our own racing luck. That's exactly what happened. Armelina did really everything you could expect from her. Another great effort in finishing second here. Elista Hanover out a long way. And a game third.
Very much game, as you said. And Armelina, we talk about the eliminations, Greg, and, I know everyone has their opinions about eliminations, but just like last week, she did all the heavy lifting, was unable to get her picture taken, didn't get the win, and unfortunately draws to the outside. I have to believe that, obviously, with that outside post and her racing so well on the front, maybe tax her a little bit as far as leaving out of there.
All right, apparently we've got Linda Toscano live right now in the paddock.
Well, Linda, you're taking It's My Show out. Allegiant wins the Breeders' Crown. How about that?
Oh, it's awesome. I'm so happy for them. I'm happy for Vernon and Ryan, and Scott gave her a beautiful trip.
Linda, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Guys, back to you.
Yeah, that's awesome. And yeah, Linda's happy for Linda, obviously, and her team, but I think probably even more happy, right, for the Connections who entrusted her to race the horse in the Breeders' Crown. And boy, did that decision ever pay off.
Oh, exactly. And you know what I love about it? You talk about, of course, we talk about the big stables and the success that they have in a race like the Breeders' Crown, but this is a real great story that we're watching unfold here live as far as the Legion is concerned. Small-time Connections, locally based, Midwest-based in Ohio, reached in and grabbed a tactical landing filly out of Harrisburg, and it's really been a storybook 2 seasons for them.
Okay, so the Connections are starting to get assembled here in the winner circle as the winning filly makes her way back. Time for another commercial break. Back with more in a moment.
Winback Farm of Canada is home to 9 exceptional stallions, including Beach Glass, the last great son of legendary sire of sires, Some Beach Somewhere. Also new in 2024, Lawless Shadow, an O'Brien Award winner for 2-year-old pacing colts and geldings. Double Millionaire Betting Line, sire of 5 winners of over $400,000. Mick Wicked, the richest pacing stallion in harness racing history, and Hall of Fame inductee. Trixton, sire of 6 who have earned over $500,000. Including O'Brien Award winner Evident Beauty. Also standing Archangel, Better Than Cheddar, Better's Delight, and My MVP. For more information, winbackfarm.com.
Jake Lobel now shuffled back to 6th. Marvelous 7th. Golden Greek is still trailing the field into the final turn. Run the table and call for rain. Those two matching stride for stride. 3/4 in 125 flat. That third quarter 27-4 around the final turn. Run the table, holding off Call for Rain. On the inside, Rumpus Hanover's had a good trip, and as they turn for home, it is Run the Table by 2. On the outside, Call for Rain coming back after him. Run the Table, Call for Rain on the outside. They're coming to the wire, and they are heads apart in 153 flat.
Going way back for that flashback to Call for Rain back in 1987 at Pompano Park. No rain in the forecast tonight, and all smiles in the winner's circle right now. There's Scott Zeron. He's known as the money man as he guides Allegiant to a Breeders' Crown elimination and then Breeders' Crown final victory here tonight with an absolutely perfect trip. But the filly right on top of her game here, and Happy Connections, of course, taking it all in as Allegiant equals the stakes record. So how about tip of the cap to the Meadowlands track crew as well? This track is spot on tonight.
It really is. And, big nights like tonight, of course, you want everything to come together, like the weather, like the track. And a lot of times it just doesn't work out like that. But 2 races in and couldn't ask for better conditions.
So Allegiant returning $6 on the nose, with Armelina finishing second. Alista Hanover holds third, and Drawn Impression finishing in 4th position as we give you a look at the exotic returns there, including the early pick 5.
We talked a little bit about the weather, Greg, and I know in the eliminations there was a lot of talk about front end bias and the front end speed not holding up, but doesn't seem to be the case tonight. I know we talked about wind. There is a little bit of headwind, so horses not making up a lot of ground in that stretch here. And front end speed appears to be at least 2 races or 2 Breeders' Crown races in appears to be the place to be.
Yeah, I think it's going to hold up very well tonight because, it's for this time of year, it's about as nice as we could expect. The track is excellent, very fast, obviously. So, I think speed or being up close to the pace tonight probably going to be the winning recipe as we watch throughout the night. Want to say hello again to some of the other viewers tuning in. Mike Giamicelli, as I check my computer here. Denise Bond tuning in from New Brunswick. We've got Paul McLean on the line as well. Now that's on the Cosa Facebook page. We're on the HRU page as well, the Breeders' Crown Facebook page, YouTube channels. Just wonderful to have everybody and to be able to distribute this broadcast far and wide here this evening, and viewers tuning in from all around the world. But I know the folks in around the Ohio area and going to be all smiles after that.
And like we talked about, it's so great to see the wealth kind of spread around a little bit as far as that Breeders' Crown trophies are concerned. And, I know that's part of the reason why the Breeders' Crown travels, to get that exposure and, of course, get some variety in there. And you just love to see these connections be rewarded with a filly like this. And, of course, she's no stranger to success, 633,000. But again, the Breeders' Crown really kind of cementing her atop this group.
All right. And speaking of host tracks, just before we get over and hear from the winning connections, we talked about it earlier. The Meadowlands, the longest-serving host track, as it's moved around in the history of the 40 years of the Breeders' Crown Series, started at the Red Mile in '84. One of my favorite periods or eras of the Breeders' Crown were the Pompano Park days later in the season, but you always had the nice weather there. 31 host tracks over the years have hosted this, and more than $230 million in purses have been awarded. A very successful series that continues to be really one of the shining points of the harness racing season here in North America. You had a chance to work closely, with the Breeders' Crown Committee and hosting the event a couple of times at Hoosier Park, and I was there last time, my first trip, Emily, and I got to tell you, you guys really pulled out the red carpet, and I was amazed at what a beautiful facility it is. It was really picture-perfect backdrop for something as substantial as the Breeders' Crown.
It was, and it's an honor to host the races, just like you said, the 40 years of history, and it does move around, and anytime you get the opportunity to host an event like this, it takes on a whole kind of life of its own, and it's really something to see. The Hambletonian Society does a wonderful job of facilitating these races, and you talk a little bit about the era of the Breeders' Crown and things like that. The thing I think is most incredible is that it is withheld, everything, and the stature still remains. Everybody wants a Breeders' Crown trophy, and those breeders, when you set out and you've got a mare and you pick a stallion, and these are the nights that you hope for. And through the 40 years of this series, it has just continued to catapult.
It is the pinnacle for sure. Right now, we're heading over to the winner's circle. Some happy connections coming up.
Here tonight, did it ever work out? Boy, was she impressive.
She really was. I mean, she put a great performance in last week, and that just shows how tough she was, because her worst start of the year was the one before that. To turn the page and come out stronger the last two races, it was phenomenal.
Looking at the way that race played out, I think we were anticipating speed from Armelina, but did you expect after you got him, let her go and sat in behind, that somebody else might be coming?
Well, I was just paying attention to where Dexter was, and I don't think Dexter could have gave up the trip behind Alista, so I think he had to take that route, and obviously I was happy sitting the tool.
You've driven this filly for a long time now, and we were just mentioning off air, I mean, this is a filly that started racing in June last year, long 2-year-old season, long 3-year-old season, and maybe tonight she was her best.
Yeah, she's one that really shows me no emotion. She goes out, she knows exactly what she has to do. If I don't drive her well the week before, she turns the page and comes back the next week fresh. So, hats off to Vernon Beachy, and Linda says she's been babysitting the horse, and she's been a pleasure to have around.
Well, congratulations on this victory, and best of luck the rest of the night.
Thank you.
The money man, Scott Zeron, another Breeders' Crown trophy to add to his collection. Right now, we are going to head back over and join Heather, who has more happy connections. Well, in fact, she's just lining them up right now.
They're so happy that she can't get them together.
Probably can't get them gathered in. They'll be popping some champagne over there. They'll be getting the toasts ready, and we'll go over there in a moment. Just getting back to the history of the Breeders' Crown. We'll ask you, everybody tuning in tonight, let us know in the chat. Leave us a comment if you've got a favorite Breeders' Crown venue, maybe a favorite memory in particular over the years. For me, I think it was being at Pompano Park in person as a youngster. Don't want to give my age away, but I was there, fortunate enough to watch the year Arts Place won, and that was
incredible.
My favorite at Pompano Park all these years later. All right, as promised, here is Heather with those happy connections.
Hey guys, we are here with Steve and Cindy Stewart. First of all, they are the co-breeders, okay, along with Atlantic Trot with Mario Zwanetti. And let's talk about the breeding here. Tactical Landing, I know, is the sire. Yep. And tell me about the mare. Who is that, and who came up with the breeding to put these two together?
It was pretty much a joint with Mario and myself. You know, we own we bred Tactical Landing, and the mare is. What's interesting about the mare is I guess now she's probably 24 years old, so she's very old, and had many foals. And we sold this filly at Harrisburg, and she brought $50,000, which we were very happy with. And our hat goes off to Mr. Smith, the owner, and just done an amazing thing. I mean, she's a very interesting mare in the sense that she started racing very early in her career at Oak Grove and set a track record. Probably still has the track record there. She won by like 11 lengths in, I want to say 53 as a 2-year-old in June. And here she is almost November of her 3-year-old year and still going strong. And she's grown some, but she wasn't all that big as a yearling, and girl power, that's for sure.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
You can definitely find a diamond in the rough, like at yearling sales. You just got to do some homework and look around. Now, we're going to go off topic a little bit because this is one of my favorite harness racing stories. And Cindy, I'm putting you on the spot, but get over here. Cindy has to tell the story about how she and Steve met. Yes. Get over here a little bit closer.
We met at a fraternity party, and obviously at fraternity parties all the drinks are free, and they were waiting to change the tap on the beer keg, and I was standing there waiting for a drink of water, to believe it or not, and Steve happened to be standing next to me, and he asked me if he could buy me a beer, which I thought was pretty funny because they're free. So, but that's how it started. So.
And here we are, once upon a time.
5 years ago.
45 years ago. Yeah. Oh, I love it. And here we are tonight, with Breeder Crown winner. And it's so great. I love having you guys on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All righty. That was a great story.
That was. I would have never put that together.
We
but
both
yes.
looked at each other and were like, this is great.
Yeah. Well, at first, I'll be honest. I wasn't sure where we were going when we started with the fraternity story. I thought, oh boy, but no, always great to see. And Steve and Cindy Stewart, you talk about breeders and the Breeders' Crown, and they are certainly the epitome of that. And love everything that they do at Hunterton Farms and what they represent. And always great to see them in the winner's circle.
Okay, we are getting set now to switch gears a little bit. We're going back on the pace here. 3-year-old filly coming up next. Another full field of 10 with $600,000 up for grabs here. My Girl EJ from Post 2 looking to give Ron Burke another title in this particular division. I clicked back in 2015 and 16 in consecutive years, and he's got My Girl EJ, who is the 9-5 favorite in here. And he will be driven by Dexter Dunn, again, who notched a couple of victories last night. He's already had a runner-up finish here this evening as we get a look at the finishing preparation touches getting put on My Girl EJ. Love the demeanor of these horses in the paddock. Again, they're such classy individuals. They know what's happening right now. They have the game phases on.
I love that about Scott Zeron saying that about Allegiant too. She just turns the page. She's one of those fillies that goes out there and does her job. And we oftentimes talk about obviously these being great horses, and great horses do great things. And just like you said, these horses absolutely incredible.
All right, Dexter Dunn's going to catch up right now with Mike Carter.
Thanks so much, guys. We're here with Dexter Dunn, who will drive My Girl EJ, a champion at 2, and boy, she really has returned as a nice horse this year.
Yeah, she hasn't really put her foot wrong. She's such a classy game filly, and she was great in elimination last week.
Now, she had to close from off the pace in that elimination. She drew outside. She gets a much better post draw here. Hopefully things will be a little easier.
Yeah, I mean, draw always helps when you're racing against great horses, and she did it tough last week. She come first over against good filly, and really had to fight for the win. So hopefully she brings that form to the night. And
Dex, good luck.
Draw's good. Thanks,
guys.
Dexter Dunn getting some words from him just as they depart the paddock area for post parade here of this contest. He's got the favorite 9-5, My Girl EJ, and I always admire drivers when they're jumping up behind a bunch of favorites. I mean, it's obviously a great position to be in. They wouldn't trade it for anything, but a lot of pressure that comes along with it.
I was wondering that, talking as you look through the 2 nights, Obviously, looking at the program, like you said, Dexter Dunn, a lot of star power, a lot of horsepower, I should say. Similar story for Ron Burke. And I was honestly curious, do they get nervous? Do you have a hard time, laying your head down at night and putting it to the side until the next day? Because I have to believe there's a lot of nerves and a lot of anxiousness through these next 2 days.
Yes, I would certainly say, but not a whole lot of time for a guy like Ron Burke to get nervous. He's got to be thinking about that next race coming up. Races so many horses, and just managing that operation alone is quite a task in itself. So we look at them coming out in order here for the post parade. Another incredible field, top to bottom. So many champions again coming from different jurisdictions, including Canadian champion. It's a Love Thing. We just saw her a moment ago. Dave Maneri trains James McDonald in the driver's seat. Here they are on post parade. Luke Blade, Determination. Louis Waugh teaming up with number 1, Collusion Hanover, 14-1 in this 5-time winner.
Here's your current favorite, My Girl EJ, a Breeders' Crown champion at 2, trained by Ron Burke. As we said, Dexter Dunn in the sulky, a 3-year-old filly by Sweet Lou, owned and bred by the Burke Racing Stable, along with Weaver Buscemi, R. Burke, and E. Novak.
A Sweet Beach here, the 3, we just saw that one. Direction, the 4, Brett Pelling and Todd McCarthy team up. She's 7 for 12 and almost 400,000 this year.
There's a look at the 5, Caviar Bell. Nancy Tactor trains Yannick Gingras in the sulky. 3-year-old filly by Captain Treacherous, looking for a 4th win on the season.
An upset winner last week was Disney, and another from the Brett Pelling stable. Tim Tetrick on board.
7 is Rocket Deo, another from the Brett Pelling contingent. Andy McCarthy in the sulky, a 3-year-old filly by Captain Treacherous. She's won 10 of 14. Andy McCarthy looking for his first win in this division.
One of the best in North America. It's a Love Thing. She's a millionaire. As mentioned, Dave Maneri trains James McDonald looking for a 2nd Breeders' Crown title.
There's a look at the 9, Sweet Gal, who added Lasix last week in her elimination. She's trained by Brett Pelling, a 3-year-old filly by Sweet Lou. Scott Zeron in the sulky. William Donovan and Mark Mullen own this filly, who's looking for a 4th win of the season.
Okay, now going back to the question I posed, asking people for a favorite memory, J.D. Varnell has chimed in, and one of his favorites was Town Pro, winning for Doug Brown and Stu Ferlot. Also, No Sex Please for Ron Waples in 1990. He was a great Breeders' Crown champion. And he mentions Dragon's Lair winning in that first year in 1984. He upended the great Annihilator as well. All right, let's turn our focus back to this upcoming championship final. Great field of 8. Let's show you how they arrived here. We'll take a look back at the eliminations from a week ago. And we'll pick this split up going into the final turn here. Collusion Hanover, kind of a step up in company for her, and laid down pretty fast flits of 27, 55, and 2, and then had the champion, My Girl EJ, bearing down on her in that 3rd quarter.
Absolutely. As you said, I thought it was a valiant effort by Collusion Hanover, like you said, to step up. I thought she held her own very well. But take nothing away from My Girl EJ. You can say what you want about her. She's got 1.1 made, and just the type of filly that, oftentimes we're talking about her at 2. We're right back here having the same conversation at 3, and that doesn't happen all that often.
So there she is. Yeah, that's a gritty win for sure. And the wire comes up in time for My Girl EJ. Stops the clock in 1:51. Little more of a kind of a Wild West finish in the 2nd elimination. They were coming from everywhere, and when the dust settled, we had a big upset.
Yeah, very much so. As you said, the horses were coming from everywhere. As I was watching this elimination, I was racking my brain, as you said. And Rocket Deo, I thought, put up a great effort on the front. She typically likes to be forwardly placed. I thought she looked strong, faded to 5th. But as you said, it was horses coming from everywhere there, and actually was a long shot on the outside in Disney, getting the late steam there on the outside.
So there she is on the far outside and getting up at long odds, 66-1, in fact, and scoring the 150-4 victory. So that sets the stage for this evening. And a look at the current odds, where My Girl EJ continues to hold as the betting favorite. In this division, the stakes record belongs to Peaky Sneaky in 2020. Yannick Gingras guiding her to a 149 victory. Now, coming into the night, I wouldn't have necessarily thought they could threaten those kinds of records, but from what we've seen so far, who knows? I think, a sub 150 mile is certainly possible.
I agree completely. And, especially with the front end speed that we see in here, a lot of these fillies look like they can step out of there. Sweet Beach here stepped out of there pretty alertly in her elimination, and she draws to the inside here. Still found 25-4 closing quarter in her last two outs, one down at the Red Mile and one here, as we said, in her elimination. So I think the draw makes it interesting as well, as we talked about with the front end speed. It's a love thing. I think obviously with the outside post char will be interesting. I think the drivers will be looking around and looking to see what James McDonald's doing from post position 8.
All right, and if there is strength in numbers, well, the man who's got it in this race is Brett Pelling. He'll send out 4 of the 10 starters. He's standing by with Mike.
Thanks so much, guys. Brett, you've got 4 horses in this race. How do you keep up with everybody and kind of get them all hooked and ready to roll?
Yeah, we had a bit of planning involved, and we had to go 2 by 2 tonight, so but that was good. I mean, 2 of them warm up more than the other 2, so it kind of worked out super fine.
Now let's talk about one of the horses that was 66-1 last week. You're not going to get that price here tonight. It is Disney, and boy, she raced lights out in the elimination.
Yeah, the big growthy filly and everything, it just slides over the ground, and she's done more than you could ask, and absolutely been fabulous. I can't wait to race her next year.
Now, Direction got a little bit leg weary in the stretch, but she'd been off a little bit, but she raced very well to make the final. Talk to her coming into this race.
Oh, no, you're meaning Rockadeo. Yeah, we had a couple of problems with Rockadeo coming back from Kentucky. She had a little bit of sickness, and I was taking her home at nights there. She started the cycle, which was, she has a bit of an attitude and everything, and, just probably wasn't her happy self.
And Sweet Gal draws post number 9 tonight. She's not taking much money, but she raced very well in her elimination, and she shows a big closing kit.
I've always loved that filly. I mean, she's been a victim of a lot of bad posts and everything, and I think Scotty's the perfect guy for her, because he'll ground save, and, don't be surprised.
Brett, good luck.
Thank you.
Guys?
Brett Pelling, one of the best in the business, and another trainer with a great Breeders' Crown resume. He's got 40% of the field in here, so his chances are good. Numbers. But he's got to get past My Girl EJ and post 2 to work with for Dexter Dunn.
And you talk a little bit about it. Worth mentioning too. We talk about our counterpart Mike Carter in the paddock. He's 2 for 2. You talk about getting around My Girl EJ, and as you said, strength in numbers. He just talked to Brett Pelling. I'm not one to, say that things are biased, but if you are superstitious, perhaps Brett Pelling is going to get the job done in here.
Well, he'll have a great opportunity, and My Girl EJ, she's a great filly, but kind of needed that wire last week in that cavalry charge. We've got more connections here. Let's go back to Mike quickly as we get ready to go.
Thanks so much, guys. Dave, it's a love thing. Just missed by a neck last week. How's she been training?
She's had a great week, and we're going to the gate and hoping for a little bit of luck.
Dave, good luck.
Thank you.
Guys?
Preferred equine starting gate is moving for the field of 10 3-year-old filly pacers. Breeders' Crown final. $600,000 sponsored by Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association and Genova Burns. 8-5 on 2. My Girl EJ looking to go back-to-back in the Breeders' Crown. 7-2 on the 8. It's a love thing. At 5-1 the 4. Direction. On gate, race 6. Here they come. And they're off. Rockadeo, it's a love thing from the far outside. Terrific with early speed. Direction is put in play in between horses. With Collusion, Hanover, and My Girl EJ, they stack up 5-4 deep around that first turn. It's Direction and Todd McCarthy pressing on as they head the opening quarter. That's Terrific going for the lead now. So Collusion, Hanover settles in third, now fourth. Going by her is My Girl EJ as they pass the opening quarter. It's a Love Thing is fifth past the opening quarter, followed by Rockadeo, and a Sweet Beach here is next followed by Caviar Bell at the rear of the field, and Disney is next to last. Early trailer Sweet Gal, that first quarter was up in 27 2/5. Direction leads the way across the backstretch. Early pressure from My Girl EJ on the outside, trying to go right by with Dexter Dunn and takes charge. Terrific is right there, third off the speed. It's a Love Thing, fourth on the outside and inching closer. Collusion Hanover is fifth. That's Rocket Deo on the outside, sixth. A Sweet Beach here is seventh on the outside, followed by Caviar Bell. Sweet Gal saving ground, and Disney is the trailer 55-1. They're midway on the final turn. My Girl EJ in front. Direction on the inside second. It's a Love Thing, grinds it first over on the outside. Terrific with no racing room, and fanning out 3 deep now is Rocket Deo. She is tracked by a Sweet Beach here. They're chasing My Girl EJ, the favorite. 122 and 2, 27 and 1 speed. My Girl EJ has 2 lengths in front. My Girl EJ. Terrific is closing on the inside, looking for the upset. A Direction is third. My Girl EJ doing enough. My Girl EJ needs the line. My Girl EJ goes back to back in the Breeders' Crown. Then Terrific. Then Direction. Then It's a Love Thing. 149 and 3.
Very similar to last week. My Girl EJ just enough to hold on for a 149 and 3 victory. Let's go back to Mike Carter quickly.
Mickey, My Girl EJ, did she give you a little scare there?
You know what? She's so tough on the front that, and Dex can keep one live better than anybody in the business right now. So, yeah, she's gonna be a scare.
Mickey, congratulations. Go celebrate.
Thank you. We'll do.
That's awesome. Yeah, you know, Dex is the best in the business, and she's so tough. Yeah, she gave me a scare, no question about it. But, you know, she's also a champion, right? And, you know, could have folded the tent in that last 16th of a mile, but finds just enough to hold on. And that grittiness is something you can't teach. They either have it or they don't. And My Girl EJ, she's now a back-to-back Breeders' Crown champion, a rare feat.
Joins Elite Company, as you said, coming into this year's events. Only 54 horses in the history of the Breeders' Crown have 2 Breeders' Crown titles. As we said, she joins Elite Company and doing so. And just to recap everything that you said there, Greg, I thought it was interesting. It was, you know, kind of a busy first quarter. And Dex knowing what he wanted to do, and that was on the front. And as you said, would have understood. I thought Terrific was terrific to finish second.
Unbelievable, and 31-1, and really the only reason being she had post 10, but put that obstacle behind her very quickly in the race and was threateningly close to the massive upset here. But My Girl EJ, the champion, she's now a back-to-back Breeders' Crown winner. Another commercial break coming up. Back with much, much more next.
Sealster, a name synonymous with quality. From their picturesque farm in Lucan, Ontario, Sealster Farms has been producing champions for decades. Stars like $650,000 winner Poseidon Sealster, millionaire mares Karma and Kendall Sealster, and 2-time O'Brien Award-winning Stockade Sealster. Sealster is also the home to many of Canada's top stallions, including Big Jim, Century Pharaoh, Looks Like a Chippendale, Sunshine Beach, All Bets Off, and world champion Bulldog Hanover, the sport's all-time fastest performer. Find your next champion at Sealster Farms. For more information, visit sealsterfarms.com.
Start applying pressure. Sunfire Blue Chip with a loose pocket spot third. Lucan Hanover well spotted second over on the outside. Beach Memories is jammed in at the rail. Vegas Vacation third up on the outside. 3/4 and 1, 22 and 1, 26 and 4 on the backstretch. It's Captain Treacherous and Sunshine Beach, and they are slugging it out. Captain Treacherous kicks out the earplugs, and Captain Treacherous leads the way. Sunshine Beach won't go away, hanging in there on the outside. The Captain put to the test. Sunshine Beach on the outside. Captain Treacherous game. Sunshine Beach, Lucan Hanover. Captain Treacherous wins again. The Captain, not to be denied. 1
The great Captain Treacherous, and now his sons and daughters winning Breeders' Crowns each and every season. It's a daughter of Sweet Lou getting it done here. Her name is My Girl EJ, her second consecutive Breeders' Crown title. Third crown victory of the weekend so far for Dexter Dunn, the second for Team Burke, and third in this particular division. And My Girl EJ, the public had it right. She was sent off as the better choice and delivers. And that's, again, a big mile tonight, Emily. It's on the cool side. Hey, we are in late October, and to pace in sub 150 fashion, that is impressive.
It certainly is. And like you said, to do what she did, she was tested every step. And again, we talked about her, what she did at 2, 600, almost 700,000, and to come right back and do it at 3 is just absolutely terrific. And, kind of entering a new era for Team Burke, right? They've obviously had so much success through a number of years, winningest trainer and a number of winning training titles, but we're really kind of seeing a new era as we talk about breeders in the fact that they're dipping their toes in. Of course, they were successful with Lou Print last night, a horse they bred. My Girl EJ, also successful breeders to this young filly as well.
And there's a look at the pari-mutuel details with My Girl EJ winning as the favorite. The long shot, terrific, really beefing up the exacta and trifecta returns there in race number 6. So good luck to those who are playing along tonight, and especially those playing along with us on contestjockey.com. We'll try and get an update on that in the next race or two as well, see how things are going on that front. My Girl EJ over terrific, direction third, and It's a Love Thing able to hold on for fourth. So a big weekend continues for Dexter Dunn. We really were teeing that up last night that you could see something special from him again. And every year since he's been here, he's had multiple Breeders' Crown championships, and 3 and counting. Tonight he's got some good opportunities still to come. That's
Right, and still plenty of horsepower left to go. And as we talk about, it's already been an exciting night, and there's still plenty of fireworks left to be had.
All right, and for those watching tonight, let us know who you like the rest of the way tonight. If there's been one Breeders' Crown champion that's impressed you the most so far through the first couple of days. We've got 6 in the books, and we have 6 still to come here this evening. So we're just really getting heated up here tonight at the Big M. 149-3 the win time for My Girl EJ. We had some upsets last evening, had some big upsets last week in the eliminations, but so far, it's been a little bit of mixed results. Nice to see a favorite come through there, although it's nice to see that these races are so competitive. My Girl EJ, she didn't dominate. She did just enough to win.
In the last, and that you talk about different prices. We've seen some favorites, we've seen some prices, but through the Breeders' Crown races that we've seen so far, turning for home, there hasn't been. So Call Me Goo was on top, but Nelson Bright Eagle was coming for her, but they've just been so competitive. It's really been wide open every time they turn for home.
Okay, I think we were going to have a look now at the contest jockey standings, and again, that took place last evening. Another separate contest here tonight. So Jeremy Brewer
is
firing.
On a roll last night, Greg. I know you were you were on the simulcast show last night, but Jeremy Brewer was on a roll last night, and looks like he is parlaying that right into tonight. So shout out to Jeremy.
He obviously has figured out the best way or the best strategy to play along. Again, you start with a mythical bankroll. I think it's $260 or $240, and you have to play, I think, a minimum over each race. But yeah,
hopefully he jumped in and backed his bets with some real money as well.
Yeah, I think you can. Take whatever winnings you accumulate over the course, and you can
cash it in.
Put it all in if you want. Yeah. So and playing for some very nice prizes tonight as well. So if any of our contest jockey folks are are online watching on our different social media platforms tonight, maybe chime in and let us know, how your approach has been, because, I think there's an obvious strategy to it. And Jeremy's got it figured out tonight.
Very much.
15,500.
That's right. Like I said, and I hope he backed his opinion there. And, I think handicapping the Breeders' Crown is always interesting. We sit up here and talk about the eliminations and then into the finals. But I think that's what makes the Breeders' Crown so interesting. Just like you talked about, we see so many horses coming from different jurisdictions. And a lot of times when you're handicapping, it's hard to see the forest from the trees. And you talk about a season, just like we saw with my girl, EJ. This is a filly we were talking about at the beginning of the season. And here she is at the end of the season as well. Dexter talking a little bit about that as he was heading out onto the track. What a gritty filly she is. And just each week, she week in and week out, and just speaks to everything that we've been talking about as far as the champions are concerned.
Yeah, I think handicapping these races at season's end, it's that tricky process of trying to identify which horses are tired and maybe going in the wrong direction, which ones are getting sharp and are capable of maybe stepping up. So much can change from the middle of the summer to the end of the season, and their form cycles go up and down. And I'd ask you, what are you looking for in maybe body language at this time of year?
Like we talked about, a Legion, for example, new lifetime mark in her elimination tells me that she's as sharp as she's been all season. And so things like that. And, obviously eliminations are interesting. Like we talked about, you want to win, you want to get the post positions. But particularly, and last night there were a few horses that we saw, young horses that, in talking about campaigning these horses, I think the trainers do such an incredible job. You circle dates on the calendar, the Hambletonian, the Meadowlands Pace, races like that. But the Breeders' Crown is the ultimate end goal. And there's a lot of strategy as far as getting these horses to peak at the right time. And, we're seeing the fruits of those trainers' labors right here tonight.
Time to head back over to the winner's circle here at the Big M.
My girl EJ wins the 3-year-old filly Pace, the Breeders' Crown final, giving Dexter Dunn his third finals win of the weekend. Tell me about the trip, Dex. My girl EJ, you got a little bit extended there by Toddy. Was there any concern on your part?
No, it's Breeders' Crown. That's what we're doing. She did get rolling a bit though, and she was ready to race around that last turn, but she was so game up the straight.
So in the final, let's say 3/8 of a mile, was she, strong enough that you said, well, I think I'm still in good shape?
Oh yeah, there were good horses following her to get a chance to beat her, but full faith in her. Sat behind her for two years now, and she's so tough, she's so game, and Ronnie opened the blinds up a little bit a few starts ago, and now she sees those horses coming at her, she fights them off.
She's at the top of her division, obviously. What sets her apart? What are the things that my girl EJ does better than the other horses?
Well, she can go. She's got a high cruising speed. She's not very big. She's so light on her feet, though. You wouldn't even know she's touching the track when you sit behind her. And she's quick, she's tough, and she's game.
Are you thinking about down the road? You got 3 wins already. Looking for the record of 6. Does that cross your mind at any point?
No, that doesn't cross my mind. Just to try and win the next one. That's all we've got to keep doing, Dave.
Dexter Dunn wins the 3-year-old filly Pace with my girl EJ. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dexter Dunn. We've seen a lot of him over the last couple of days. And lady we've seen a lot of tonight as the champagne continues to flow is Heather Vitale. Let's go back over to her.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Larry Carr again. What is this, a deja vu all over again? Is that what they say? Last night he was with me in the Winners Lounge. And tonight, again, here we are with my girl, EJ. And now tell me about her a little bit, because you're actually the co-breeder on her as well. So let's talk about the sire, the dam. The dam has been unbelievable for you.
Yeah, so my girl EJ is a full sister to Luz Perlman, who won the Little Brown Jug, and the mare has thrown great horses. My girl EJ now, a 2-time Breeders' Crown winner. It's unbelievable.
So when you're watching the race tonight, were you like, okay, yeah, I think so, coming down the stretch, we're going to get this done?
I actually didn't really like the setup of the race. I thought like there were good horses sitting right on our backs, but she really dug in so gamely. Dex kept her going, and she really proved the kind of champion that she really is.
This is a little behind the scenes. Larry, pick up this suitcase. Mark Weaver was just joking, saying this is deal or no deal. Look at this. This is what the owner's trophy is in that huge suitcase. I don't know. What's that weigh? About 185 pounds?
I could definitely get a workout with that suitcase.
We love that.
Not a workout that I like.
And we actually have a breeder's trophy for you as well in this room. So congratulations, and we might see you back later.
I hope so. We've got TCI in this race, so we'll keep our fingers crossed for that.
Right.
Thanks, Heather.
Good luck. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Heather. And yeah, who's having more fun than Larry and Heather right now? That's fantastic. Well, we're getting a look at a champion mare here. Now, you might not recognize her without the race bike on and getting set to race, but boy, does she look fantastic. And it's none other than Jiggy Jog, a Breeders' Crown champion, just an overall champion of the sport, and recently retired. So they're having a ceremony for her in the winner's circle. Nice to see Dexter Dunn's going to be there and be a part of that. What a career for her. We can only imagine what her offspring are going to be like in a few years, and that'll be an exciting time. And what a magnificent looking specimen. When you see her without the race bike on, see her like that, wow.
And I may be speaking too soon here, Greg, but I'm just absolutely amazed at how well she's behaving. Oftentimes, many times, she's been in that winner's circle, but as you said, she's got a race bike and her gear on. And again, we talk about the demeanor and of course, these horses being champions. And she certainly is displaying that. But yeah, to withstand the campaign that she's had and win the type of races that she's won and still come out looking like that, hats off to her connections. They've done a great job, not only campaigning her, but, keeping her at the top of her game for as long as she was.
One of the great trotting mares, of course, in our game. And, that gets me back to Breeders' Crown memories and great Breeders' Crown champions. And I can't help think back to the great Peace Corps, winner of more Breeders' Crown championships than any other horse in the history of the game. So happy retirement to Jiggy Jog as we get a look at the 3-year-old colt and gelding trotters heading out to the racetrack for their Breeders' Crown final. Let's go back over to Mike Carter with a special guest.
Thanks so much, guys. Well, James, last night you won a Breeders' Crown. Not only just a Breeders' Crown, your first Breeders' Crown on a horse you'd never driven before. Here we go again. A little bit of deja vu?
Yeah, I sure hope so. I got a great horse here, just a bad post.
Now let's talk a little bit about Tony Adams. This one's got a good amount of early speed. Like you said, a little bit post-compromise, but it's been shown to be versatile this year.
Yeah, I know earlier in the year I talked to Dex about him, and Dex absolutely loved him. He was just a beautiful horse, always had lots of trot, so hopefully I can work something out and just have him in a position to strike.
Now, real quick, let's talk about Hasty Bid, who you will drive later. It's one thing to drive a champion. It's another to own. It's another one you own with Paige. Talk a little bit about that one.
He's just been a special horse his whole career. He always shows up when the money's down, and there's a lot of money down tonight, so hopefully he brings his A game. He'll need it in with that bunch. That's a stiff bunch, but he's a really great horse.
James, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Guys.
All right, James, hoping
Didn't
to go.
recognize him there for a second.
Yeah, right. With the different colors on, he's hoping to go 2 for 2 with Mike Carter in the pre-race interview. That worked last night, and he'll try and get it done with Tony Adams. Post 10, a tough obstacle. There's no question about that. But we saw earlier tonight a post 10 starter almost get it done back in race 6.
Last time we saw 2 post 9s get the job done as well. I believe 2. As I'm talking about. But yes, outside post didn't seem to matter. And like you said, certainly in the mix tonight as well.
And post 10 has won the Hambletonian recently and the Hambletonian Oaks as well on this very track. So if you've got one that you can put into play from that outside post, you never know. And Tony Adams getting plenty of tote support right now as well at 5-1, 8-5 on TCI, who appears to be back in form in this particular division. And really the complexion of the 3-year-old colt division has changed a lot over the course of the season. Coming in, it was supposed to be Carl and TCI. I mean, and deservedly so. They had all the accolades. And Carl, of course, a tremendous campaign. He capped it off with a Hambletonian, the first ever Hambletonian win for Yannick Gingras, an emotional moment. And then just recently, a couple of subpar performances by his standards, and he'll be retired and standing stud. So with him out of the picture, some thought maybe Highland Kismet, maybe that'll be our time to see him shine, and he sort of gets lucky and squeaks into the final here, but maybe dangerous to totally overlook him at the same time.
Like you said, we'd be remiss if we, of course, did not mention Carl in the championship 2 seasons that he's had. And, unfortunate timing, as you said, but hats off to the Connections doing what's best for the horse and, retiring him on a high note and doing what was best for the horse. And he's on to bigger and better things. And it was truly a joy to watch him on the track, just as it's been with this division, Greg. I think that's quite interesting. As you said, quite a few different storylines have come out of the 3-year-old trotting colts divisions. And just when we thought, like you said, it was maybe Carl, maybe Highland Kismet, maybe TCI, we got a horse by the name of 6 Hour who goes on and wins the Kentucky Futurity in pretty convincing fashion as well.
Yeah, it's really sort of wide open right now. I think there's opportunity for others to step up in this spot as well. So let's take a look back at last week's eliminations quickly as we get set to go here with race number 7. And here is TCI. He's, at the midway point of the season after the Hamiltonian, he kind of was a forgotten horse for a while. Great job by Team Burke. Kind of went back to the drawing board, took a little bit of a different path, and it looks, based on this elimination win, like he's right back to the TCI we knew from last year.
He did so many incredible things last year, and like you said, it was teed up for the Carl TCI playoff there. But last year there were so many times that I thought this is a horse of a different caliber. And like you said, he's had struggles this year. Hats off to the Connections; they've done an incredible job of getting him back. And just as you said, Greg, I think this is the TCI that we have seen in previous years be so dazzling and so convincing. Yes, he was on the front and got things his way and some pretty easy fractions. But I'm not sure if anybody would have got him if they'd have beat him that night. He looked so strong on the front.
And the other elimination was billed as a showdown. We thought many expected it would be between Carl and Highland Kismet. And here they are hooking up on the final turn. But in the end, it's going to be someone coming from the clouds to get it done here in upset fashion.
Yeah, we just talked about post 9 and teed it very nicely for Daiquiri Hanover, who got the job done and completely out of the conversation here back there in the back as far as turning for home is concerned, and the horse just found wings. This is a really interesting horse to me, Greg. He's a beautiful specimen by bar hopping, and Team Svanstedt, again, you talk about conditioning horses, and they brought this horse only 5 starts this season, only 10 lifetime starts, and I think it's safe to say that he is certainly peaking at the right time.
And you just don't see this anymore, to come from dead last, turning for home, and circle the entire field, and a field of that caliber. You saw Highland Kismet there. He had the long uncovered journey, and whether he got tired a little bit late, but rolled off stride. So, question marks continue to surround him, and would have been on the outside looking in, but with Carl retiring, he was the first also eligible. So he gets a chance at redemption here, and could certainly turn the tables here at 5-1. But TCI looked so push button there a week ago that he understandably is the better choice at 6-5. Stakes record in this division belongs to King of the North. He set the mark of 150-3 at Woodbine Mohawk Park in 2023, winning on that occasion for driver Mark McDonald and trainer Ray Schnicker. Of course, he's gone to the Stallion Barn, and we'll see his first crop selling next fall. And he's standing north of the border, so an exciting addition there. Quickly want to say hello to some of the folks watching on the YouTube feed tonight, and viewership very high on the Cosa YouTube page. We've got Jeff, we've got Brian tuning in there as well, and Barry, amongst others. So great to have everyone watching on that platform tonight, and wherever you are watching worldwide, we hope you are enjoying the coverage so far and the racing. It's been fantastic to watch. Are you surprised, Emily, to see 8-1 single-digit odds on the 10 Tony Adams with that post?
A little bit. I'll be honest. And we talk about Dexter Dunn and driver choices and things like that. Dexter opting to go to Amazing Catch, which I think is interesting. Obviously, favorable post position here with this inside post draw. But this is a colt I have been a fan of. Very lightly raced as a 2-year-old, just 6 starts, but he's had 11 starts this year, just a winner of 2 of them. But he's been dancing all the big dances. He finished second to TCI in the Peter Houghton last year, and then was put on the shelf for a 2-year-old season back here at 3. I thought he was a little flat in his elimination, but I know reading after the race he had some knee boot issues. Looked like he had a little bit of equipment issues in that elimination. He pulled first up and just kind of stalled there. But Dexter opting to stick with him with this inside post draw, and as you said, Tony Adams certainly getting some love, which I think is very interesting. Right down there, as you said, at 8-1, and obviously interesting too to see Highland Kismet. I know this horse has been heavily favored in a number of his starts. Aside from that elimination, he's been sent off as the better choice in his last 4 starts, and drawing to the inside. 3rd start with the trotting hobbles, and 2nd start for Tim Tetrick aboard.
Yeah, and it's been a really amazing campaign for this guy. We hadn't heard of him prior to this season. The connections weren't even sure they would get him to the racetrack going back into late winter and early spring of this year. And then a meteoric rise to be runner-up in the Hambletonian and to win on the Grand Circuit. And I think many people, expected that he would just continue to progress. And he's hit a little bit of a diversity here of late. Made a break in Canada, up there in the Canadian Trotting Classic, in the Bluegrass he won, and then the Kentucky Futurity, again, a real tough trip scenario after a recall there. And then last time, a little break in stride right at the wire. So I really don't know what to expect from him tonight, but I do know that if he's here and has his A game, he is capable of winning. So a great field getting set to line up here. Another 10-pack. This is the Breeders' Crown 3-year-old colt and gelding trot. Back up to the Hall of Fame voice of the Big M, Ken Workenden.
7-2 on the 8, Sig Sauer. 9-2 action on the 4, Highland Kismet. They're on gate, 7th race, ready for start. Here they come. And they're off and trotting. TCI shoots out from between horses. On the inside, Amazing Catch and Daiquiri Hanover. And up on the far outside comes Tony Adams. Tony Adams going after Daiquiri Hanover early here, say around the first turn. And from the inside and holding the 3rd is Private Access off to a good start. That's TCI going up 4th on the outside. Amazing Catch is 5th. Sig Sauer is 6th, followed by Highland Kismet and Security Protected. And then it's Greenspan and Secret Agent Man. 27-1 opens it up. Tony Adams took the lead, but not for long. Here comes TCI, the elimination winner, with Dave Miller. Daiquiri Hanover in the inside 3rd. Private Access on the helmet in 4th. Amazing Catch takes a peek to the outside. Now he's fed racetrack. Following him will be Sig Sauer. Sig Sauer, then Highland Kismet. A Greenspan shoots a gap on the inside. Then Security Protected. Still trailing his Secret Agent Man. Half was 55 seconds. Onto the far turn they go and chase TCI and the Buckeye. A bold bid from Amazing Catch. First over with Dexter Dunn. Now second on the outside and threatening. Tony Adams gaps that pocket spot as they continue towards 3/4. That's Sig Sauer. 3 wide and driving now. No room for Daiquiri Hanover on the inside. 5th approaching 3/4. Highland Kismet stacks to the outside. They're coming after TCI with Amazing Catch breathing down his neck. 1:22-4, 27-4 in the 3rd quarter. TCI looking to polish it off. Amazing Catches right there on the outside. Sig Sauer is going to rally. Then Highland Kismet, still TCI. Amazing Catch. Sig Sauer, final lunge on the outside. TCI. Sig Sauer on the outside coming. Sig Sauer and TCI hit the line together. Photo. Then Amazing Catch and Highland Kismet in 1:50-4 in a thriller.
Great finish in the 3-year-old colt and gelding trot. TCI was trying to do exactly what stablemate My Girl EJ did. Battle back, dig deep at the end, and it looked like he was maybe going to fend them off. And Sig Sauer, though, was relentless and just kept on digging. And I think He may have gotten there.
I was just going to ask you. I'm going to tell you. I was going to ask you to call it.
Very, very tight there.
I hate to call a photo because I'm always on the wrong side of a photo. But, yeah, just incredible trotting talent on display right there. As you said, game effort by TCI, a game effort by Amazing Catch, who pulled first over. And there we've got it, Sig Sauer. And, we did get to mention it, Greg, going into prior to the gate folding. I thought it was interesting, most interesting note, Sig Sauer adding Lasix. You don't oftentimes see that after, into a big race like this. But hats off to the connections. Safe to say that this colt is certainly in the conversation for, atop the 3-year-old trotting colt ranks.
Noel Daly, the winning conditioner, getting it done here with this guy. Of course, won back in 2003 with the great Mr. Muscleman. So it's been a long time between Breeders' Crown wins in this particular category. There's a very happy Noel
Mike Carter
right now.
with Noel
He's
Daly.
with Mike.
Hey, Noel, how about that? What an impressive effort.
A good way to go out. A good way to go out. I think that's his last one. He's a bit of a challenge keeping him sound. So he was good warming up tonight. Usually when he's good warming up, he gets it done. You got him?
No, congratulations.
All right, thanks, eh?
All right, yeah, so
Very
21 years between victories in this particular division, and that's a happy group for sure. Another great horseman, right, that's had an incredible resume, and here in the Breeders' Crown as well, and Andy McCarthy teaming up as well. And we're going to try and get some comments from Andy. Mike's working overtime tonight. Back over to him.
Hey, Andy, just real quick, how about that effort?
Oh, he was super tonight. I knew as soon as I stepped foot on the track he was going to have a good night. He kind of tells me. I was quite confident. It just worked out where we could figure out a pretty cool trip there, and get him into the race.
Andy, congratulations. Go celebrate.
All right, thanks, Mike.
Guys, back to you.
All right, super.
Mike is earning his keep tonight out
he
there.
is
Hats
fantastic.
off to,
You love that
initial reaction.
Initial reaction. There's no question about it. And 6 Hour, talk about talent. It sounds like this guy has his issues that maybe have just kept him from being, the absolute sort of dominant superstar in the division, but he has shown at different times that he can play at the very top level.
And going into the Hambletonian, I know we sat in a very similar spot talking about this horse, and I thought that was so interesting. Noel Daly not shying away from the fact that this horse is not an easy keeper. He can be hard on himself. He can be a little cantankerous, and, he hasn't made it easy for his connections. And again, hats off to the connections for getting this horse here and again peaking at the right time in the season.
Okay, he makes the stroll back into the Breeders' Crown winner's circle. We'll take another time out and be back with much more.
O'Brien Award Breeder of the Year, Tara Hills, is home to harness racing's most exciting young stallion. Green Manilishi's first crop has taken Ontario and the Grand Circuit by storm. It includes Peaceful Way winner Mona Lishi. With World champion Cattle Wash has seen multiple New Jersey Sire Stake winners from his first crop, including final winning filly Reckless Abandon. His 2024 yearlings are eligible to the Ontario Sire Stakes. Don't miss your chance to buy one of their sons or daughters this fall. For more, visit TaraHills.com.
Braids is our own worst enemy. She has made a break, and Lady Luck is shining on out continental victory. She's opening up with long, powerful strides, past 3/4 in 1, 26 in 2. She spread her wings, she's in full flight, and continental victory is on her way to year's honors, leading at 5. On the outside, taking second, an entry mate Broadway Diamond, but the eyes of the harness world are on continental victory. She is a class act indeed. With guts and determination, hits the 16th pole, and she's the best of her class this year. Continental victory goes under the Garden State Park finish line and will win this one by a convincing 6. There's a photo for second and third between entry mates, but the mile and the best.
A look back at the great continental victory and the late great Larry Letterman with the call of that year's Breeders' Crown. Sig Sauer is a 2024 champion, returning here for the happy connections of Noel Daly and driver Andy McCarthy. Getting it done here with Sig Sauer. Overcomes an outside post 8. This one owned by the Patricia Stables, Joe Sirocco as well. The Alistair Stables, Caviard Farms. The Alistair Stables were part of the ownership group of Continental Victory. So kind of a poignant flashback there tonight. Sig Sauer with that victory, putting $300,000 more on his card, and he will join the Millionaires Club as well. Kind of quietly join the Millionaires Club, I would say.
Agreed, 100% with that. As we said, talking about this Colts season, and you can't take anything away from him. He had a very nice 2-year-old campaign, lightly raced. He won 4 of 5 coming into his 3-year-old campaign, and just 15 now lifetime starts, and has won over half of them. So while, like you said, he maybe hasn't been garnering the headlines that we've seen from Carl and TCI and the likes, he certainly has quietly put together a very, very solid campaign.
And a nice winning credit for the breeder, the South Wind Farms of New Jersey. Sig Sauer giving Andy McCarthy his second win in this division. He captured the 2021 edition with Jujubee. Mild upset tonight, $9.20, so the win ticket return. TCI gets high marks in that runner-up effort. He was dead game. He did not want to let anybody go past tonight. Amazing catch. Highland Kismet not far off, finishing 3rd and 4th. So I think it's safe to say that the cream rose to the top in this division tonight.
It really did, and as we said, just a beautiful display of trotting talent there. And again, all of those horses very, very impressive in their own regards as far as the trips are concerned. And Sig Sauer digging down deep when he needed to. Noel Daly, Andy McCarthy, no stranger to success. Just a few years ago, of course, we watched them win with Pebble Beach in the 3-year-old pacing colt division. So they've enjoyed plenty of success together, and always good to see them back in the winner's circle.
Yeah, McCarthy brothers, they've sort of taken North America by storm as well, along with Dexter Dunn, as we've chronicled quite extensively here over the last couple of nights. And yeah, it's a typical Breeders' Crown night. We're seeing a little bit of everything here tonight. Great finishes. Hopefully that's going to be a sign of things to come the rest of the way here this evening. Again, flipping through the different feeds here, we've got viewers from all over the world. It's wonderful to have you again, as we mentioned. We are in a paddock location, as you can see here. Great vantage point as these competitors get ready to go here, and we're just at the halfway point here tonight, so we have a lot to look forward to. We're going to hear from some happy winning connections here in just a moment. But the ups and downs of a race season, I think we're seeing a real good indication of that in this particular division. Different colts have had their moment in the spotlight, and finally Sig Sauer gets that big signature win.
And, Noel Daly saying that, he is probably most likely, obviously things can change, but most likely his last start of his career. And he's got the pedigree behind him. He was a $200,000 yearling purchase, as you said, bred by Southwind Farms, and goes over that $1 million mark, something that not a lot of horses can say. And like you said, that's certainly something that his connections can be proud of.
Great looking individual there. As you can see, he's not a real tall horse, but really well put together, and kind of has the Muscle Hill look to him, as that sires, as a lot of them do, kind of stamp their offspring. Just
interesting
getting
that he also has I believe the head apparatus there. It was similar for Pebble Beach, if I remember correctly. I remember watching him just a few years ago, and I believe it was a similar situation there. And speaking of similar, Andy McCarthy and his family in there, and the connections. Always great to see those smiling faces.
That's kind of what it's all about too, right? They get to share these moments with the entire family, lots of friends and family on hand to join in the celebration here tonight. That'll continue a little bit later. We'll be over in the Diamond Creek Winners Lounge coming up in a few moments as well. And nice crowd over on the tarmac this evening as well, taking in the action in person. And look at the boots. I can see them from here. Heather Vitale's glitzy Glitzy boots. You see her right in the middle of the winner's circle
That's right.
there.
She's garnering those winning connections.
Yep.
And you talk about the winner's circle. It's sponsored by Diamond Creek. This race is sponsored by Diamond Creek. Of course, recently announced Carl will be standing at Diamond Creek Farms. So though they did not get to watch Carl in the Breeders' Crown Final, they're going to get to hopefully enjoy some success with him on the breeding side of things.
Okay, it looks like she is rounding up the posse and going to be headed over there. So like Michael Carter, she's
working
She's
hard.
putting in her steps, although he's got better footwear for doing a lot of walking, but hers look better, that is for sure.
Wins an absolute thriller in the Breeders' Crown, reaching up at the wire. I'm joined by winning trainer Noel Daly. And Noel, that had to have your heart pounding quite a bit, didn't it?
It certainly did. It had been a front-end night. You had to be up close. Even second over, I haven't been noticing them win. But Andy pulled him a little early to get him up there, and he does dig in the horse, so it was one good thing, you know.
Absolutely showed his heart here to get this victory. But let's talk from last week to this week, pulling the shoes here tonight. And last week, anybody that watched saw him maybe just wasn't his usual self.
Yeah, he's got a few issues, the horse. So we pulled the shoes the first time in Kentucky, and he was really good. I couldn't take him off him. I had to put something on him for last week. I went light with the aluminums, and Andy had to hold him together. He wasn't that safe. And then this week, it was just a matter of him being sound. Tonight, when he warmed up, was actually the soundest he'd been all week, so that was pretty good.
How satisfying is it? You talk about a horse that you got to manage properly and have him peaking at the right time. How satisfying to get this victory?
Oh, yeah. No, he's, to me, there hasn't been a better 3-year-old all year, I don't think. A sound 6 hours, he's right there with them. They're a good bunch there tonight. They all were with him, and the other horse, Carl, wasn't there. They're a good group. But, to me, a sound 6 hours is as good as any of them, that's for sure. And he showed it. He doesn't need to be lucky. He needs just to be there,
Like I said, he's got a ton of heart. What are we looking at? Future plans?
Nah, he's not sound enough to keep going. That's it. We've got a job done with Hanover for him, which is great. He'll get his chance there. They've got a pretty good syndicate put together. That'll... I would like to race him at 4. I think he'd be a better 4-year-old and 3-year-old, but he's got a knee that sort of bugs him, and I don't want to take the chance. Good way to go out.
I was going to say, you go out a champion. That's it for Sig Sauer, a Breeders' Crown champion. Noel, congratulations.
Thank you.
Welcome back, and great words there from Noel Daly. Very candid, as you said, and it sounds like just another remarkable job of horsemanship by him to put $1 million on the card of Sig Sauer and a Breeders' Crown trophy as well. Some hard-hitting pacers coming up next. How about this field of 10 in the Breeders' Crown Open Pace? That is next, straight ahead here in race number 8. And speaking of pacing fields and pacing records, here's a look at the Breeders' Crown pacing standards. The fastest ever established by the Great Bulldog Hanover in 2022 at Woodbine Mohawk Park of 1:46 and 4. And some of the fractional times, incredible. And you go back, you're going back into the early 2000s for these. Royal Majesty here at the Meadowlands, down to 3/4 in 1:19 and 3. Pretty incredible. Not sure we're going to see that tonight.
This division is always close to my heart. It never seems to not produce some fireworks and just heavy hitters. You got to love the open pace, veterans that just week in and week out, and absolutely love this group. And it's a deep group that we've got going postward, as you said. Not sure we'll see maybe the records that we saw and maybe not the headlines of a horse like Bulldog Hanover, but here's taking a look at a champion in every sense of the word, and that's By the Missile. He's right now at 3-5 for Team Burke.
Yeah, great horse, and he's had some issues too that have kept him away from a regular schedule this season. He's really just getting back on track now, and this will only be start number 7. So from a freshness standpoint, he might be at a bit of an advantage there. A Buckabat Hanover, on the other hand, he's danced every dance this year, and nice to see this guy kind of have a year where he's one of the big stars in the division. He's had to come up against Bearcats in recent years and gets a bit overshadowed, but this year he's had his due. Right now we're going to catch up with Mike Carter once again, who's got a special guest. Okay, I think we're just having some technical issues there in the paddock. We'll see if we can get that resolved and get him back up here in a moment. But yeah, getting back to a Buck-a-Bet Hanover, yeah, what a steady performer he has been, and hard hitting is the term I would use. And a good check here tonight will put him over $2 million, and he's earned that the hard way.
He certainly has. I have so much respect for this horse. You talk about the physicality of these horses, and of course, Sig Sauer being a beautiful individual. I think much the same for a Buck-a-Bet Hanover. He's one of the prettiest horses that steps on the track. And hats off to the connections, as you said, trainer Andrew Harris, Tony Alagna campaigned this horse early in his career, but Andrew Harris has kept this horse at the top of his game year in and year out for the last number of seasons. And like you said, good for him to have the kind of success that he's had here in his 6-year-old season. Let's meet the field. One of the fastest horses in the sport is Ruthless Hanover. He's a sub 147 record holder, 28-time career winner. We'll have the Orange Crush, Andy Miller, in the driver's seat. The 2 is 7 Colors, another from the Andrew Harris contingent. 4-year-old horse by Stay Hungry. He's owned by William Pollock, Bruce Arman, and Andrew Harris. Jason Bartlett will drive. Just saw It's My Show for Scott Zero and Linda Toscano, looking for a second ground win tonight. 4 is Vuka Fallis, the New Jersey Invader. 5 was South Beach Star, David Miller in the sulky for Mark Silva. 6-year-old got him by Some Beach Somewhere, owned by All Star Racing. Coach Stefanos rallied to be a good second in his elimination. James McDonald on board. The 8, as we talked about, a Buck-a-Bet Hanover. Andrew Harris campaigns for William Pollock, Bruce Arman, and Andrew Harris. Dexter Dunn aboard Hanover Shoe Farms, bred this 6-year-old horse by Betting Line. Andrew Harris also sending out the post-9 starter El Rey with the services of Todd McCarthy. The 10 is Why Not Now from the Travis Alexander barn. Greg Luther Racing LLC of Blacklick, Ohio. Matt Cayley in the sulky. The horse looking for his second win of the season. So it is By the Missile looking for a second consecutive Breeders' Crown win in this category. One horse that is hoping to have something to say about that is Vuka Fallis, who's had an excellent 4-year-old campaign. His trainer, Mike Russo, standing by with Mike Carter.
Thanks so much, guys. Mike, you and I had a conversation not long before the New Jersey Sire Stakes final, and you won in an upset fashion. Could we do it again here?
That would be great. I'd love that. That'd be a dream, to win a race like this. Super tough race. I was real happy with his limb, kind of race he needed to stay in tight and not get, abused real hard. He hadn't raced in a month, so everything went good. As far as I was concerned, the limb and the week leading up to today went the way I was hoping. Not that means much for the end result, but everything went the way I was kind of envisioning it. So now it's really up to him.
You got a little bit of home track advantage. You got a couple of victories over this track. That's got to be important too.
Yeah, I mean, not an advantage, but him personally, he likes the whole routine here. He likes everything about this place. I don't have to worry about him looking around at stuff, and he stays home. He keeps on his routine. Like I said, all those things kind of help him. So, all
right, Mike. Good luck.
Thank you, buddy.
Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Mike, and we swing right back over to Heather Vitale, who's got some more happy connections.
That's right. Very, very happy connections of Sig Sauer here. I have one of the co-owners of the horse, and that's Harvey Freed. Now, why don't we give all the owners props, because there's a lot of connections here.
There are. We have Caveat Farms, we have Joe Sabraco, we have JAF, and we have Alice the Stables. And they're all, it's 5 of us partnership. Caveat, owns the major portion. Me and Sabraco own the second major portion, but he's been just so unbelievable this year, and he's come through a lot of problems, and Noel just did an amazing job with him. Amazing.
Yeah, that Kentucky Futurity win, and now the Breeders' Crown. I know, the emotions.
Yeah, hey, listen, something, he took on the best and he beat him. I mean, he beat Carl 3 times. Now he's beaten TCI a couple of 2-3 times. He's as good as out there as far as that goes. And I do have news for you. Very important news. Sig Sauer will be standing at Hanover Shoe Farms next year as a stallion.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Oh, I'm so now. Do you have any brood mares that you can breed him to?
I do, and but they have a lot, and a lot of other people have a lot, and I think he'll be fine because I think that farm really needs something special in terms of Muscle Hill, it's really been a whirlwind for us in terms of that. So it's been a lot of years. We're here for almost 40-something years, and we've had Pebble Beach, now Albano, and him. It's been quite special, quite special.
One of the things you get to learn here in the Diamond Creek Winners Lounge are the love stories of harness racing. And Harvey races under the name of Patricia Stable. And I was like, who's Patricia? So why don't you tell everybody who that is?
Well, you did meet her tonight. Patricia is the love of my life. She's the mother of my 5 children, 8 grandchildren, and she follows me all over the place. And, I know she's not as happy about doing this as me, but she's just special.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Props to you, Sig Sauer, and to Patricia. You guys have been married how many years?
41 years.
Love it. Love it. All right. Well, back to you guys.
Thank you, Heather, and keep those good stories coming. I love it.
Love is in the air.
I think we should do a Valentine's special
That's
here.
Right. That's exactly right. Heather is on to something there. But hats off to the connections, like you said. And I spoke a little bit on it last night. Love to have the opportunity to talk to those connections after special wins, as we've seen tonight.
Yeah, it's incredible. You can tell how much it means to all of them. And this is why they're in it. They want to be in these moments and enjoying these races. And you could sense the pride there, talking about Sig Sauer, saying, we beat Carl, we beat TCI a few times, and take a lot of pride in that because they know how difficult that is to do, and justifiably and understandably, they are tremendously proud of their horse. Getting some breaking news there too that he's going to be standing at Hanover Shoe Farm, so that's very exciting as well. I want to say a quick hello to a viewer tuning in from Finland on one of our Facebook feeds on the Breeders' Crown Facebook channel here. It is Katie Korpavara, hopefully pronouncing that correctly, tuning in from Finland and congratulating Team Sig Sauer. So thank you so much for tuning in tonight. And again, greetings to everybody watching. It truly is a worldwide audience. And the entire harness racing world focuses on the Breeders' Crown. And so far it's delivered, Emily. And what do we expect here? Final thoughts on this upcoming open pace?
I'm a huge fan of By the Missile. I think he's going to be tough to beat here in this spot tonight. But if you're not willing to settle for a short price, as we sat here and talked about what a deep division this is, a few horses, It's My Show right now at 12-1. We spoke to Linda a little earlier, said it's a little pace dependent when it comes to this group. And with a horse like Ruthless Hanover on the inside, I think, it could set up nicely for the money man, Scott Ziron here, and It's My Show. But as I said, I think it's By the Missile's race to lose, but 9 others are going to try to take him down here tonight.
Ruthless Hanover, elimination winner. Race 8 on gate. Here they come. They're off. It's My Show shoots out of Buckabed Hanover up on the far outside. By the Missile showing speed, and so is Ruthless Hanover flaunting his speed into the first turn. It's My Show. Ruthless Hanover up Buckabed Hanover swoops down with By the Missile, 4th on the inside. 7 Colors outsprinted 5th by 2. Then comes Vukafelis and South Beach Star. Coach Stefanos at the rear of the field with El Rey and Why Not Now. 2 wide, some fireworks early here. Ruthless Hanover, elimination winner. He is 7-1, 26 flat, a toward fraction. Here comes a Buckabed Hanover working hard early for Dexter Dunn. A Buckabed Hanover. He's going to surge to command. Ruthless Hanover now back in the 2nd spot. It's My Show is 3rd. By the Missile off the speed in 4th. 7 Colors on the inside, 5th, then it's Vukafelis, followed by El Rey on the inside. And then it's South Beach Star and Why Not Now shooting a gap. Coach Stefanos trails the half, 53 and 2, 27 and 2 for a Buckabed Hanover has the target on his back now. By the Missile has to do it first over. Ruthless Hanover locked in the box with 3/8 remaining. Up second over there is Seven Colors. Now fourth and looming large. A shuffle for It's My Show. He's fifth on the inside. Vukafala's third over. Needs to fan out right now. At 3/4, it's a buck up at Hanover, and By the Missile lets him have it. 3/4, 1:21 and 1 in the stretch of the Breeders' Crown. It's a buck up at Hanover. Ruthless Hanover has room to skim on through. Slingshotting off cover. Seven Colors looks for the upset. By the Missile in between horses in deep stretch and on the far outside. It's a big rally coming from Coach Stefanos. Coach Stefanos from out of nowhere with a monumental upset. Then Seven Colors. Then Ruthless Hanover. 1:48-3.
Wow, where did that come from?
Indiana.
Another
That's where that came from.
the
Indiana.
Clouds winner. Emily, and you can hear the cheering from Indiana for that one.
Mike
All
Carter
right.
standing by with trainer Irv Miller, who is in the house tonight.
Well, Irv, you said it just a minute ago. He finally got it done. What a night to get it done on.
All right, perfect night. Breeders' Crown, that's the perfect spot. But he's just been closing good all year and couldn't get in the race, and he wasn't in the race there, but they went quick enough that got it done.
Irv, congratulations.
Yep, thanks.
Thanks, guys.
So, yeah, not even in the screen at this point. There he is, coming late. And, he maybe tipped his hat a little bit last week. He closed like a freight train in the elimination. Tonight, the fraction set up just that much better.
And that's just been his MO all season. And, he's a horse for the course as far as Hoosier Park is concerned. Just absolutely loves the long stretch. And that is his game. It played right into his hand. How about James McDonald? Second Breeders' Crown already under the belt. First one underway last night, and now one tonight for Team Miller. But again, this horse has been an incredible horse in the Indiana Sire Stakes program the last 2 years, and he belongs in this group. He can go right with them. He went on a tear in Hoosier Park last year, late in the season as well. Great to see him get this victory.
And you're right, James McDonald, his second Crown win of the weekend. He's the kingpin in Canada, but a lot of his big wins this season have come right here at the Big M. Earlier this year, winning the Meadowlands Pace, now 2 Breeders' Crown trophies as well. Irv Miller, his second win in the division, clicked back in 2006 with Liz Mara. So, a long time again between victories, and great to see some of those familiar faces back in the Breeders' Crown winner's circle.
And this horse has got great connections, just as we talked about all night. He's actually named after his owner there in Chris Stefanos, and not sure if they're joining us here tonight, but hopefully Heather has the pleasure of talking to them in the Diamond Creek Winners Lounge, because they are a great group and come out to support their horse. I've actually met them at Hoosier Park a number of times, and they always bring a contingent with them. He's a basketball coach there in Illinois, and brings a group with him, and they really enjoy themselves, and they certainly enjoyed a great campaign as Coach Stefanos sends his earnings over that $1 million mark with the victory.
We will find out if they're here in person after this short commercial timeout.
TV, an industry leader producing unique, high-quality digital content promoting harness racing in Ontario. Features, virtual programming, live events, and more. Cosa-Tv has it covered. Follow our social media channels and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube page to view the latest content. And if you're looking to bet your favorite Ontario track, check out hpibet.com. Cosa-Tv, taking Ontario racing global.
Is magic, but they're not making up any ground. On the leader, Town Pro at the 3/4. Here comes LD's Trish. 3/4, 1:24. Fastest 3/4 in the history of the Breeders' Crown pace. Around the final turn, LD's Trish on the outside. Town Pro gives way at the rail. Delinquent Account closing on the outside. Down the stretch they come. LD's Trish. Delinquent Account closing on the outside. It's Delinquent Account on the outside. Giddy up. 1:54 and 2. Second to the wire, LD's Trish. Closing for third, Caesars.
A look back at delinquent account, and Roger Houston with the call. The Magic Man, Bill O'Donnell, and the late, great Bob McIntosh, a big part of Breeders' Crown history as well. Well, Canadian driving champion James McDonald putting his stamp on this year's Breeders' Crown. That's a second win, and yeah, big hugs all around from the family there, and there's Irv Miller, all smiles. Bill McClinchy from the Woodbine Entertainment Group to make the presentation here, along with race secretary Jim Gillespie. They'll be excited to be hosting once again next season north of the border. Coach Stefanos, you talked about the great story behind the horse and the ownership group, and we'll look forward to hearing a little bit more about that coming up. Another upset win here at 13-1, and maybe the most exciting stretch drive of the night so far.
Yeah, we talked about it, as far as the race setting up, and hats off to the Open Pace group. As we said, heading out to the track, they always produce fireworks, and tonight was no different there as they turned for home. It was a wide open race, and James McDonald, have to believe he was very excited about his chances, knowing the type of horse that he was unleashing.
I know one thing, if I had one of these winning tickets, I would be very excited.
That's right.
This is bombs away territory here. A 50-cent try, $5,100. How about a 10-cent superfecta worth more than $21,000? That's incredible. And engineering that big payoff, the $29.60 winner, Coach Stefanos. Couple of long bombers in behind, though, as well. 7 Colors and El Rey.
Yeah, for trainer Andrew Harris. We talked about a buck up at Hanover and maybe glazed over the other two entrants, but they raced extremely well. 7 Colors, I honestly thought was the winner. Halfway down the stretch, he looked like he was home free. Jason Bartlett looked confident, but he raced extremely well, just a better horse to his outside.
Yeah, and tough luck for the favorites in here. Buckabed Hanover, perhaps just the rigors of a long, tough season and so many big races, and having the target on his back tonight through early fractions by the Missile. Kind of up and down season for him. Kind of go back to the drawing board with him. You know that he's better than that typically. So. Opportunity showed itself for some others tonight, and it was Coach Stefanos who came barging through the door to capture the Breeders' Crown. Congratulations again to the Connections here as we get ready to head over to the winner's circle here in just a few moments. Coach Stefanos, talk about a little bit of the background and the ownership. Emily, again, interesting. So this was a college coach, right? A very successful college basketball coach?
That's right. A basketball coach. I'm not sure if it's a college or high school as far as that's concerned, but yes, he's had some success, and so he stepped out and named the horse after him. And like I said, always fun to see them at Hoosier Park because he brings a contingent out. I remember one of the first starts in Indiana Sire Stakes. There was a large group out on the tarmac there on the apron, and I said to my coworker, what's going on here? What's the situation? And they said, oh, that's the cheering group for Coach Stefanos. And a lot of times it doesn't work out great. You bring a group to the track and you've got a horse racing, and a lot goes into this. The horse, you got to have some racing luck and things like that. And when you bring a group, but this horse just continues to show up week in and week out. He's super pace dependent, but you can't take anything away from him as far as speed is concerned. He just, is the victim of, like we said, the trip. He needs some fractions to pace into, and that's exactly what he saw tonight. But he was a solid Indiana Sire Stakes contender at both 2 and 3. And again, we talk about the Connections here. They've done a phenomenal job of campaigning this horse, keeping him sharp week in and week out. And as I said, another $1 million earner here with that Breeders' Crown victory.
And to use a basketball analogy, that was like a long three-pointer.
That was
where he came from.
At a buzzer beater. That was a buzzer beater.
Yeah, for sure. And they like their basketball in Indiana,
That's right.
too.
That's right. Illinois, Indiana, Midwest.
Absolutely.
And, he fits well.
All right, we're heading back over to the winner's circle with the winning Connections now.
Circle with Irv Miller, the trainer of Coach Stefanos. Is that the correct pronunciation?
Yep.
All right.
Named after a guy that coaches one of the owner's kids.
All right, so Coach Stefanos wins the Open Pace. Now, all year long, this horse has been banging heads with some of the best in the division. You've had limited success from a win point of view, but you felt confident coming into the Breeders' Crown?
Well, he raced really good last week. That helped. He'd raced good to start before at Indiana, a big mile. So I thought, and scope good. The horse seemed good and healthy, so I thought we had a pretty good shot coming in last week. But you never know. When he's one of those closers, things got to go your way in the race.
So they go to the half in 53 and a piece, so at least you were feeling pretty good at that point.
Smiling then, but when you're still sitting last around the last turn, it's pretty tough.
So did you think that your horse had this kind of close in him? Because it really was exceptional.
What's that?
Did you think he had this kind of close in him? I mean, it was clearly remarkable.
Right. If you look at his lines, he's closed 25 and 1 several times, so he can really get home. He's a good horse on the end of it.
Is he a little more versatile than what we saw tonight? Is he necessarily just a horse off a helmet, or can he win on the front end?
He can win on the front end too, but the problem's been we've been drawing outside every start. Like we've had maybe the 2 or 3 hole 1 out of 8 starts or something. He just doesn't draw in ever.
Is there anything to racing out in the Midwest rather than here? Do you prefer keeping him there, or is that just because it's home?
Yeah, it's home for us out there. That's the main reason he stayed here. He was here early. I think he went early in the season here in 47. So.
Well, congratulations, Irv. Coach Stefanos, what a great mile. We're going to bring in James McDonald, who authored the victory here for you tonight.
Thanks.
James, come on in. How we doing, Dave? Good to see you again. Getting to see an awful lot of you. Meadowlands Pace, 2 Breeders' Crown wins. This winning at the Meadowlands ain't nothing to it.
I don't know about that. This is a special group of drivers, special place to race for sure. So we got a great driving colony up at Mohawk, some of the best in the world, I think, and it just shows sometimes when you come down here, if we get on the right horses, we can do some damage. So just really proud. Irv asked me to drive the big fella again, and it worked out.
Now I understand 53 and 2. You were probably very happy. But at 3/4, James, you're still sitting last. How did you do this?
I just told Jess, I was having a little conversation with myself in my head there. I just said, don't panic. I know you're in a bad spot, but this horse gets home like a freight train, and they're gonna come back to you. So I said to Irv when I come off the track, I said, I know you were looking for 5th over 10th on the outside in the last turn, weren't you? He kind of chuckled, but that's the kind of horse he is. Some days, it's going to work out for him. Luckily, tonight was his night, and on other days he might let some bettors down as favorite. But tonight, just a big time finishing kick, and nothing's better than 10th to 1st in any race, let alone the Breeders' Crown.
Well, I did forget to bring my high-powered telescope, so I didn't see you at the top of the stretch. So indeed, you were 5th over, and then when did you tip in the stretch?
Just when we come off the turn, I just kind of rode out with the flow and come off Dave's back, and he just jumped forward, and then I said, oh, maybe, and they started to kind of come back to him, and then sometimes them closers, when they start to go by a couple, they get rolling and they get the wheels moving, and halfway down the lane I kicked the plugs, and he gave me another little surge, and then it was just pushing him to the wire and praying he got there.
What a year it's been for driver James McDonald. The defending Canadian Driver of the Year wins his 2nd Breeders' Crown Championship with Coach Stefanos in the open pace. Congratulations, James.
Thanks for having me, Dave.
There's a look at the emphatic fist pump as this one comes from left field to get it done. Coach Stefanos. Last to first.
That's right. Yeah, he was probably back there in New York City. Love what James said, too. You were looking for a 5th over trip, sitting 10th. But no, and again, James talking about, good horses, and it worked for him tonight. The horse showed up and delivered when he needed to.
And interesting to hear him say as well that he's having that conversation in his head, saying, just trust the horse. You know what he can do. This isn't how we would have mapped it out, but probably knew he was going to get a good piece of it as well. All right. We've got part of the ownership group, I believe, Caroline Vasquez, is standing by right now with our own Heather Vitale.
Yes, Caroline Vasquez. Actually, she is part of Diamond Creek Farm, and she has many, many titles, but I am going to say that she is sort of the glue that holds it all together, because if you are doing anything with Diamond Creek, you're probably having some kind of association with Caroline. But we're going to talk about this room, Caroline, and how important this room is. You guys came up with it, I don't know, it's been like 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah. I think this is year 6 or 7 now. Our first one was in Canada, And so this is the second time at the Meadowlands. We kind of came up with it, sort of a combination of inspiration from the Thoroughbred Breeders' Cup, and then also from our travels in New Zealand. There's a poltergeist over here. Travelers in New Zealand and Australia, and they do a really good job of, you know, when you win these big races, like you just go back, you're like, okay, in the winner's circle, take a picture, and then you just go home. So we wanted to bring like a celebration. So you get to like kind of bask in it a little bit more once you're out the winner's circle. So far, it's been pretty good.
Yeah, and one of the things is I really don't feel like, here it is, the Breeders' Crown, right? The breeders and the owners aren't getting the recognition. We're so used to seeing the drivers and the trainers, and they're in the limelight. This gives the owners and the breeders a chance to really bask in this exciting night.
Especially the breeders. You know, a lot of time the owners are here, but a lot of time the breeders aren't here. And if they are here, they don't get included in that winner's photo. They don't get anything. And as a breeder, and as a breeder myself working for Diamond Creek, like those wins that our horses, when our horses win, that's just as exciting to us as if we win ourselves with a horse that we own. You know, it's just as exciting. It's something that you've foaled and you've raised and you sold as a yearling and you've been following. So it's nice for us to be able to celebrate them as well. I mean, they have their own trophy and everything, so it's nice they get to come here and get the trophy, and it's not just mailed to them with a postage stamp later. So we try to celebrate everyone.
Let's talk about some news with Diamond Creek. We're going to talk about two different horses, one a gelding and one a stallion. We'll start with the gelding. Alley Wag Hanover just retired.
Yes, he just retired. He's at the farm now. He's hanging out. He's with another gelding. He's actually, it's kind of a funny story, but we have Horse of the Year Western Montana, and we recently rescued her brother, her younger brother. Shout out to Heather Wilder because she helped us do it. But so they're hanging out together, so it's pretty fun to watch, like, you know, and he's with some other geldings. So I always kind of joke, you go out there and there's like some geldings like $0, and then $2 million. But, you know, they're all still horses, right? Like, they're all horses. They all still enjoy themselves, and they all still have a good time out there. So we're lucky to have him. I think we're probably going to try to ride him at some point, but kind of just letting him hang out for a little bit first. But he's a cool horse. He's really cool.
And Carl, wow, just retired. Unfortunately, we did not get a chance to see him competing in Breeders' Crown. However, he's going to stand as a stallion for Diamond Creek.
Yep, it was unfortunate that he was sick. You know, we were all looking forward to this weekend, and, you know, the last couple of weeks from the elimination, you know, he was ill, and Nancy made the very difficult decision to scratch him, but it was what's right for the horse. So he's going to have some downtime, and eventually he'll make it to Diamond Creek, and he'll start his new life, and I'm sure he's going to like it, because why wouldn't you like it, you know? So
yeah, why wouldn't you like it? In my next life, I'm going to be a stallion at Diamond Creek. Thank you so much, Caroline.
Thank you, and thank you as always for being our host, because we love you, so you're the best.
Love you too. And I love you guys. Back to you.
And we love you, Heather.
That's right. The
that's
feeling
the theme.
is mutual.
Love is in the air
That's
tonight.
Right. You're exactly right. That's the third or fourth time we talked about love in the Diamond Creek Winners Lounge.
That's awesome. And we are loving what we're seeing on the racetrack tonight. That is for sure. Going from the open base to the open trot next. 600,000 up for grabs here. And a little bit of a different wrinkle in this one, a field of 11. So 10 on the gate and 1 from the back tier here. And that one trailing out will be post-11 starter Oh Well. Heavily favored at 3-5 in here is a winner's bet. Defending champion in this division, Southwind Tyrion. Aki Svanstead training and driving him, and Aki will have his own Up Your Deo going out from post 2 here this time around. So if he's able to duplicate the feat, it will be done in long shot fashion. Winner's bet, what do you think? 3-5? He has been probably the premier older trotter pound for pound this season. You could argue Periculum at points maybe dethroned him, but quite a season for Winner's Bet.
He's just been in another kind of category as far as the open trot is concerned. And as you said, there's been quite a few horses that have taken their turns in the spotlight. But every time Winner's Bet, though we've only seen him 10 times this season, much the same story as last year. He's shown up each and every time. He's won his last number of starts by open lengths. He was a decisive winner at Hoosier Park in the Caesars Trotting Classic. My only concern here, Greg, is that he hasn't seen a race since October 4th. So he's had a little bit of time off, and not sure how much that will affect him here tonight.
There's Oh Well. Not sure if
was
connections
feeling his
love to
oats.
see that body language. I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad sign with that horse. I'm not sure what his idiosyncrasies from week to week might be. I can tell you one thing. He is as nice a looking individual
Agreed.
on the racetrack as you're going to see. He's probably left a little bit of money on the table over the course of his career, but always a player. Hard to ever discount him. And who knows, maybe that's a sign he's ready to rock here tonight. Here's a look at the speed records on the trot. And 4 trotters in the history of the Breeders' Crown tied for the fastest mile ever, and they are the Great Manchego, along with Commander Crow, Market Share, and Accuracy D, 151. And I think they can threaten that. I think we've got the type of group tonight and the way the track's playing that could give that a real scare.
And I think it's interesting, with a horse like Logan Park drawing to the outside here. Obviously a serious contender. He's right now at 8-1. But I think it's going to be interesting with the heavy favoritism of Winner's Bet. To see what Doug McNair decides to do when the wings of the gatefold. Obviously, Logan Park, a serious contender at this level. He's won 10 of 16. You can't take anything away from him. Just with this outside post draw, a bit of a question mark, I would say.
And his younger full sibling, Willie's Home Run, raced earlier tonight. I don't think she had her best game this evening. She had an inside trip and faltered a little bit in the late going, but Logan Park, he's been getting better with age. He's kind of like a fine wine, and he's got $1.3 million on his card, and never better than he's been this season. And post 10 is an obstacle, there's no question, but he's got tremendous tactical speed, and I think if anyone can put that behind him quickly, it would be him. James with his own hasty bid, nice story here. He and his wife Paige own this guy, and they've had him right from day one. When he races down here, he moves into the Nancy Tactor stable, and earlier this year he put up a couple of big wins here in Graduate Series action.
And trainer Nancy Tactor sending out 3 in the field, as we talked about. Winner's Bet, of course, hasty bid, and then best friend Volo as well from the Nancy Tactor barn, a 4-year-old son of Walner who has danced all the big, a lot of the big dances. He was down in Kentucky on the Kentucky Sire Stakes circuit for a number of starts, and he's got a high turn of speed as well. Tough assignment from the outside post here. He's right now the third to longest shot on the board from post 9 at 41-1.
And getting back to Diamond Creek there and their sponsorship of the event, and a great point talking about the breeders, and this is really the genesis of the Breeders' Crown Series 40 years ago, to showcase the very best of the breed, North American wide, and the series has truly lived up to that. They wanted to replicate what was being done on the thoroughbred side with the Breeders' Cup, and this is truly our version. And it's great too that we've got really now a worldwide flavor. We've kind of had that actually from day one, but that continues on.
And again, like you said, with the rotating venues, and trainer Michael Russo talking a little bit about that, there is that hometown feel, and that's, I think, what also makes it so special to win at your home track and to take the opportunity. And I think we see a lot of horses that maybe you wouldn't necessarily try in, and they dip their toes in it, and that's, like you said, we see that a nice variety and nice flair.
Right now, we're going to head back over to the paddock location. Todd Luther will send out Hill Exotic in this upcoming Breeders' Crown. He's standing by with Mike.
Thanks so much, guys. Todd, Hill Exotic enters this race off a winning effort against Open Company out of Dayton. You draw post 6. You had to be happy with the post draw.
Oh, yeah. I thought as soon as it came out, I texted Austin and said I love our spot.
Now, there's a lot of speed to your inside. What kind of strategy do you kind of have or want in a race like this? Obviously, it's a really tough race, but anybody's race to win or lose.
No, that's for sure. Austin and I talked about it most of the day, and I told him, my job's done. But no, he said, is it all right if I make a gate call and if I push out of there? I said, it's in your hands now.
All right, Todd, good luck.
Thank you.
Guys.
There you go. Austin Hanners and Todd Luther are going to team up here. They know each other well, certainly, and it's got to give you a little bit of confidence, too. And, big moment for a guy like Austin in this spot too. I think he's got the horsepower to make some noise in here. This guy's a legitimate top trotter. He's got $1.2 million made over the course of his career, and it just is a testament to the quality in this field. You've got several millionaires, but he's one of them, and he's got a good post to work with.
And like you said, certainly some nerves involved as you enter your first Breeders' Crown, but always good when you've got some horsepower behind you. And I have to believe that gives Austin Hayner some confidence as he heads into this Breeders' Crown debut for him. But a very competitive group, as you said, 3-5 right now on Winner's Bet as we're taking a look at him. And another beautiful son of Wallner, just over the $1 million mark in his last out.
Body language looks good on him, and the one right beside him, Periculum, been a great second half of the season, particularly for him. An incredible campaign for his trainer, Marcus Melander, and he looks like he has his game face on as well. Bulky field of 11, 10 on gate, 1 from the trailing tier. The Breeders' Crown Open Trot coming up.
Race 9 Breeders' Crown Open Trot Final for $600,000, sponsored by Svanstead Stables. 3-5 on the 5, a Winner's Bet. Here they come. And the romp and trotting, It's Academic is out fast. There goes Best Friend Volo up on the far outside. Ari Ferrari J showing up on the inside along with Up Your Deo round the first turn, 4 wide. And that's Up Your Deo, Noki Svanstead pressing on It's Academic on the outside. Ari Ferrari J is third as Best Friend Volo takes a seat in fourth. Winner's Bet gapped in fifth early. Then on the inside comes that is Oh Well, who left from the second tier, is stride for stride. Logan Park on the outside, struggling early. Periculum stuck behind him. Then it's Asteroid who's saving ground. And Hill Exotic is stride for stride with Hasty Bid as they continue towards the half. The opening quarter was hot, 26-4 in the chasing. Ari Ferrari J at 17-1. Ari Ferrari J now giving it up to the odds-on choice here. Winner's Bet. And Dexter Dunn in 54-4. So Winner's Bet takes the lead from Ari Ferrari J. It's Academic on the inside third. As they continue on to the far turn, Oh Well making up ground on the outside uncovered. Logan Park tracks that cover second over. Shuffle for Up Your Deo on the inside. It's Periculum, who's third over on the outside. He's tracked by Hill Exotic to the outside with excess cover. They're at 3/4, and it's still Winner's Bet in front. Oh Well, game first over. Ari Ferrari J right there on the inside, along with It's Academic, who needs to shake loose. 123-3. They're into the stretch of the Breeders' Crown. Winner's Bet responding to Dexter Dunn urging as separation opens up by 3 or 4 lengths. Ari Ferrari J. Oh Well closing for second. Periculum on the outside. Periculum a final lunge. Winner's Bet needs the line. Winner's Bet, and then Periculum. Then Hill Exotic and Up Your Deo in 1:51, equaling the stakes record.
Boy, that was close at the end, much closer than it looked like it was going to be with a 16th of a mile remaining. Winner's Bet appeared to break it wide open, turning for home, but Periculum closing stoutly as we've seen him do so many times this season. And even here, you think he doesn't have enough real estate, but then right at the line, you're like, maybe.
One more step.
And I think he fell just short. Yeah, Ken
so.
called it definitively. 51 flat, so again, equaling that stakes record, joins 4 others now. It's getting pretty busy on that stakes record front, but Winner's Bet, what a way to cap off what's been a great season.
And hats off to the horse, as you said, when the half-mile time clicked up there in 54-4, I flipped through the media just a tick off of the fastest half clocking there. So I knew they were going a steady pace. Worth mentioning, too, we talk about Periculum. Huge effort by Hill Exotic. He was another one that was last at the top of the stretch and just close from the clouds to get up for his connections. And again, hats off to driver Austin Hayner's very proud Breeders' Crown debut there.
So that is a third crown win tonight for Dexter Dunn. That gives him 5, and the beat goes on. Winner's Bet is a Breeders' Crown champion. We'll take another commercial timeout and catch up with the winning connections in a moment.
Reach the people you have to reach by advertising in Harness Racing Update, the sport's most comprehensive and timely news source. HRU provides the best bang for your advertising dollars because we reach and engage your potential customers anywhere in the world. Not only has HRU grown its subscriber base by nearly 30% in just 3 years, but our open and click rates far exceed industry averages, which tells us that readers are engaged with the digital publication and how they receive it. Plus, your ad support helps us keep HRU free to subscribers. Find out more today by visiting harnessracingupdate.com and clicking on the advertising link at the top of the page.
Three quarters, 1:25 and 1, 28 and 3. Dragon's Lair by 2 1/4. Annihilator on the outside. Pershing Square on the outside. Broadway Express less than an 8. It's Dragon's Lair by 2 1/2. Here comes Annihilator and Broadway Express. Dragon's Lair, Annihilator, Dragon's Lair wins the Breeders' Crown. 1:54, 1/5, another world record.
To this day, one of the most famous Breeders' Crown finals, and it was in year 1, 1984, when the hometown horse played Giant Killer.
I was going to say, you talk about your favorite Breeders' Crown. That was maybe my least favorite Breeders' Crown. I hate watching that replay. Hats off to Dragon's Lair. Obviously, no shade there, but home team there for Annihilator, and don't like watching him get beat every time that race pops up. But yeah, one of those monumental efforts there.
Absolutely, and part of Breeders' Crown lore now 40 years later. Here's a winner's bet. Getting greeted by some happy connections here tonight. It's Dexter Dunn with a little pat on the back, and Nancy Tactor as well, getting her first victory in this category. It will be the second for driver Dexter Dunn, who won it 3 years back, I should say, with AQD, and adds winner's bet to his list of Breeders' Crown champions here, and he equals the stakes record with a sparkling 151 effort. Hard-fought win, you know, he got stretched out pretty good to make the lead there, and rolled through hot fractions, and you know, appeared to be on his way to cruising in the stretch, and others had other ideas late.
And like we talked about prior to going to the gate, you know, the horses had a little bit of time off. They've really picked their spots with him. And again, hats off to the connections, keeping him sharp and keeping him at the top of his game every time he steps behind the gate.
Some celebrations happening. How about that suit?
I was just thinking that. I need to get that guy's Taylor connections of Lindy Farms and, like you said, the winning connections. But that suit, Jimmy Tactor suit, also nice looking suits in the winner's circle for winner's bet.
I see what's happening. I think there was some coordination happening. And I think they went to the same tailor. Well done. Looking good out there. And that's what you certainly like to see as the winner's circle continues to pick up steam here tonight and celebrate these incredible Breeders' Crown champions. And winner's bet, he was a real nice 3-year-old, good solid 3-year-old campaigner, but at a different level this year. And he really, I think, learned his lessons well earlier this season, or got that chance to really acclimate as an older trotter through races like the Graduate Series, and it set his season off, I think, on the right foot, and he's been able to carry that momentum here into late season.
And like you said, you know, obviously 4-year-old coming back after a very nice campaign as a 3-year-old, but bringing him back and his connections being rewarded there for a great season. 10 starts and, well, now 11 starts and 8 wins. That's certainly something to celebrate.
Curriculum with the runner-up effort, Hill Exotic. I'm sure Connections happy with how he raced, and Up Your Deo rounding out the top 4. So some nice mutual returns, including the Pick 4 return tonight. All 4 Breeders' Crown races comprising the early Pick 4 and a 50-cent ticket worth just over $334. So we've got 2 more left to go here this evening as we continue on with our Breeders' Crown coverage. Going to turn the page here and get ready for the next one. The Glamour Boys are getting ready to come up here. The 3-year-old colt and gelding pace and a full field of 10. And like we've seen in some other divisions, some new faces emerging. Some others have defected by this point in time. Just recently finding out that Legendary Hanover, who won the Meadowlands Pace earlier this year, one that you would fully expect to see here in the Crown, has been retired, had a bit of an injury, but will be going to stud.
Yeah, and like you said, he's had a great campaign and an interesting year for this division. As you said, they've seemingly all taken their turns, stealing some headlines between the seasons. Of course, Nijinsky and, as you said, Legendary Hanover and the like. So there's been a lot of movement, and again, I think a win tonight will help vault the 3-year-old pacing colt to atop the list.
So we're going to focus our attention on that shortly, where Nancy Tactor will have a starter in that 3-year-old colt pace, but a little bit of celebrating to do first of all, hoisting the trophy there. And boy, wouldn't you like to go through the trophy room at the Tactor household
and Lindy Farms.
And Lindy Farms.
A lot of connections there with a lot of British Farms. And Heather was talking about it earlier with Larry Carr and the hardware that goes with those trophies. And I've been up close and personal with those trophies. And, we talk about how important they are and how exciting they are. They're a real piece of hardware. It's a beautiful trophy, and certainly something that, like you said, looks good in a trophy room.
And congratulations to the breeder of Winner's Bet, the SRF stable of Florida. And some hardware will be going to all of the connections here following this 10th race, or this 9th race, I should say. Our 7th Breeders' Crown Championship, or 6th, I should say, this evening, as we have 2 more left to go. So, again, we're just awaiting the winners to make their way back into the Diamond Creek Winners Lounge. We're going to hear from them in a few moments. Again, we're just outside the paddock location here tonight. If you are just joining us, it's been a real mixed bag. We've had a few of the heavy favorites delivering the goods tonight, while we've also had some real nice long shot races. And the racing's been quite exciting as well. We wondered early on, are we going to see maybe a bit of a front end bias? No, we've seen a little bit of everything. Horses are certainly been able to win on or near the front end, but they've been winning right from the back of the bus too.
Exactly, and that's what you want to see. We talk about weather and the likes, and the horses are leaving it all on the track tonight, and no excuses. And like you said, we've seen some great finishes, and hats off to the horses again for the performances that they have delivered tonight.
Yeah, weather-wise, you could not get a better night for this time of year in this part of the country, and we're thankful for that.
It was just a few months ago. We were sitting in a very similar spot, and I believe it was about this time, we were closing in on the end of our programming, and I believe the clouds unleashed, and Hamiltonian Day, we got wet.
All right, let's head back to the winner's circle for some reaction.
Well, Dexter Dunn's big Breeders' Crown weekend continues, adds another trophy. This time it's with Winner's Bet, and Dexter, a ton of action. I guess we knew with a big field of 11 there would be a lot going on, but with several levers, you ended up about 5th or 6th there. Take us through, was that as kind of what you were expecting, or did you end up a little further back than you anticipated?
Yeah, I knew there'd be some action early. Winner's Bet, he's just developed into such a nice horse and so versatile. A shout out to Domenico. Broke him in, trained him in 2 and 3, and really developed him. And he filled out this year, and he makes my job easy because I can move him whenever I want. He can follow cover, he can go to the front. So, we had to move when we did, and he strided the front, and we got a pretty good 3rd quarter after that. And it was a long way up the stretch towards the end. Scotty was coming hard, but he stuck his neck out.
Well, that's what I was going to ask next there. I mean, you got that separation, and that ended up kind of being the key to the victory by the time you got down to the wire. He was coming after you. Did you think you were going to get there?
Yeah, he was travelling so good off the last turn, Stewie, and, I felt like I could get a little break from them. I knew it was a bit risky, but, yeah, I thought I was pretty home halfway down. And then late, I seen Scotty coming pretty quick, and my fella started to get a little bit tired. But, he hadn't raced in a while, and he really did a great job. He was ready to go tonight.
considering how that race had to go. Safe to say he really showed his heart here tonight.
Yeah, he really did. You know, like I said, he's just developed into such a professional, and he's just beautiful to drive, and he's a racehorse.
Well, Dex, congratulations on this victory. Still a few more races to go in the Breeders' Crown, but you're having a wonderful weekend.
Yep, thanks. Lucky to get to drive the horses, mate.
All right, here's a look at the field for the upcoming Glamour Boy Division. 3-year-old colting gelding pace of the Breeders' Crown. Another $600,000 on the line. And Dexter Dunn, another good opportunity. We're sounding like a broken record, but he's got Mirage Hanover, a colt that has been right there in the upper echelons of the division all season long. You've got Nijinsky, the Pepsi North America Cup champ, and they're both going to have to get through the Little Brown Jug winner.
That's right. Captain Albino, as you said, and Noel Daly, of course, Todd McCarthy. We've heard from them tonight, and Noel Daly specifically. So I think this is as wide open of a 3-year-old pacing colt division as I can remember in a number of years.
And we've got the winner of the 2-year-old colt pace last year, Gem Quality, in the field just for good measure. So yeah, this is going to be a lot of fireworks in the 3-year-old colt pace. That's coming up in just a few moments. But yes, we celebrate 40 years of the Breeders' Crown, and it's got breeders right in the name, and we talk about the importance of all of the amazing commercial breeding establishments and the small-time boutique breeders from across North America who have the goal of breeding horses that can compete and win in the Breeders' Crown. One of those very successful farms with a rich history is not too far from here. It's beautiful Blue Chip Farms in Walk Hill, New York, and earlier this week we took a quick visit by to see their operation.
Well, Blue Chip Farms was started in 1969 by the Kimmelman family and is currently owned by Tom Grossman. We are located north of New York City, about an hour and a half. Currently, we have 650 acres, approximately 340 horses on the farm. We stand stallions, have brood mares, about 120 foals a year, then take the vast majority of those to auction every fall. Well, the most notable stallion in our early years was Most Happy Fella, and he basically helped get the farm started and cemented in this as a force in the standardbred industry. We've had many great stallions over the years. Art Major, Equinox B, Better's Delight. He's the leading pacing stallion all age in 2024. Also in our roster this year is Chapter 7, who's the leading trotting stallion of 2024 in terms of money earnings. It really comes down to the Breeders' Crown in terms of quality of horse. I mean, you would not have a commercial stallion today not be nominated to the Breeders' Crown. You know, that is our dream, to stand stallions who have offspring that can compete in this major race. I think that every farm would want to support the Breeders' Crown and what it has done for the business collectively.
Thank you to Gene Brown Clearwater, who's the general manager of Blue Chip Farms, owner Tom Grossman, able to stop by and make a little time for us to make a quick trip over there in the week. And what a pleasure it was to see their beautiful 650-acre sprawling farm in a beautiful part of the state, and you know, it's horse country around there, and just reiterates again what the Breeders' Crown Series has meant to the breeders and the entire industry, for that matter. It's such an important cog in the wheel.
It certainly is, and you know, they couldn't be more wonderful to work with, the folks at Blue Chip Farms, and the legacy and the history that they have created, and their success is certainly well-deserved. Time, love, effort all go into their daily operation. As you said, it's wonderful to see, and very fitting that we show that as we head into the Glamour Boy division, as we said, and talking about a horse by the name of Better's Delight, and no one knows them, no one knows him any better than our friends at Blue Chip Farms.
Yeah, his legacy is a lasting one. His imprint all over the sport of harness racing, and again, leading pacing stallion overall. There will be new kids on the block. There have been in the last few years, and someone will take the torch and carry it from him. But what a run it's been, right from the time he was on the racetrack until his career just recently coming to a conclusion in the Stallion barn. So here we go, and fittingly, it is a Son of Bettor's Delight, the first one we're going to see on the track, Mirage Hanover, and what a season it's been for him. Has him on the verge of millionaire status in here, and he's won a couple in a row coming in. He won a division of the Tattersalls in a sparkling time, and then followed that up with a solid Breeders' Crown elimination winner last week, and gives Dexter Dunn a realistic opportunity at a fourth Breeders' Crown win tonight.
There's a look at the two. That's Nijinsky from the Anthony Beaton barn at Louis Waugh in the sulky. Most recently, Ontario Sire Stakes champion, a winner of 10 of 13 this season.
Calico Jack just on post parade. James McDonald looks for a third Crown title of the weekend, and McCrunch the fourth looking to give Nancy Tactor back-to-back winners on tonight's card.
And Noel Daly looking for another winner here with Captain Albano, a 3-0 colt by Captain Treacherous. Todd McCarthy in the sulky tonight for the Patricia Stable, LA Express, and Solblom Racing, along with M. Dolan.
Tyler Buter will drive 6 Sweet Beach Life for the Travis Alexander Stable, a 6-time winner this year, $365,000 made.
The 7 is Time Is On My Side. Tim Twaddle trains Anthony McDonald in the sulky for the stable. Time Is On My Side. The colt was bred by Burnham Wood Farms.
Gem Quality was the Breeders' Crown winner at age 2 last season. Chris Ryder trains Tim Tetrick, driving this son of Captain Crunch.
There's the 9, Captain Luke, for trainer Tony Alanya. Scott Zeron in the sulky. A 3-year-old colt by Captain Treacherous, who's owned by Robert LeBlanc, Pride Stables, Bradley Grant, Stephen Head. He was bred by Vu Carey Farm.
And Howl in the Hills, another from the Travis Alexander Stable. Completing the field, Matt Kikali on board. What a season for this guy. 13 for 16 overall, $552,000 on his card. It's been a wonderful season for Nijinsky. He and stablemate Legendary Hanover captured the Pepsi NA Cup and Meadowlands Pace, respectively. Tony Beaton, the trainer, standing by with Mike.
Thanks so much, Greg. Tony, what a season you have had with both Nijinsky and Legendary Hanover. What has this year meant to you?
It's just been incredible, to have that pair in the barn, along with a bunch of other nice animals there. But obviously they're the two standouts, and it's been just one hell of a ride.
Now, Nijinsky was lights out last week. He just got caught there at the end, but in the elimination, you want to try to maybe save something for the final. He raced lights out.
Yeah, for sure. That was a hell of a battle, him and Mirage down the lane. And I don't think our Nijinsky realized that he got beat, and hopefully this week he'll have a little bit left. And I was very happy with him there warming up, so let's hope.
Now, in the Sire Stakes Super Final, he showed the heart of a champion and really dug in down the stretch. What makes him so gutsy?
I don't know. It's just that Bettor's Delight, they're gutsy animals, but he just finds a way to dig deep, and he's got a wicked set of lungs on him, and he just doesn't seem like he ever gets tired.
And the news that came today of the retirement of Legendary Hanover, it's been an amazing season for him. He's got a hell of a future coming up in the breeding shed.
Yeah, for sure. Let's hope that he can pass on some of his qualities as a racehorse to some of his young ones, and it'll be exciting to get to see them in a couple of years, I guess, and maybe get to train some of them, make them champs.
Tony, good luck.
Thank you very much,
guys.
Thanks again, Mike, and Tony Beaton, as Nijinsky will look to really cap off a brilliant campaign for him. Let's go back over now to join Heather Vitale in the Diamond Creek Winners Lounge.
First of all, I got to say, if there's an Antonacci in the house, I want to hear a winner's bet. A lot of Lindy Farms representation here. Now, we actually have the breeder from SRF, Leonard Agern. Yeah. We try to talk about, how would I say it in Swedish, but we're going with the American way, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Because the Swedish name is Svensk Reklamfinans AB, and that doesn't work in the States.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Especially when there's a lot of champagne flowing in the Diamond Creek Winners Lounge. Now, SRF, let's talk about that. A lot of people say, what does SRF stand for?
Svensk Reklamfinans Aktiebolag.
It's people or like...
No, it's a company started 83, doing something else than horse breeding.
Okay. And how long have you been breeding horses?
Since 2008, I think, first one.
Let's talk about Winners Bet. So we know that we've got Walner. Let's talk about the mare. Who's the mare? How did the matchup happen?
The mare was a mare that I had at training at Jonas Kärnison, and she was 5th in the Oaks. I don't remember which year it was, but the second breeding we had was to Walner, and that was obvious a success.
How many brood mares do you have? I mean, I see SRF everywhere.
You do?
Yeah, I feel like I do. Am I right with that?
I think it's about 40.
40?
Yeah.
Okay, so you sell at Lexington, Harrisburg Sale.
Yeah, selling 3 at Harrisburg.
Okay, all right. And
3 good ones.
Aha, there we go, a little plug, right? All right, let's talk about tonight. Breeders' Crown, it just never gets old, right? This is not your first Breeders' Crown.
I won the British Crown in Sweden, and I won it with Chimpanzee, which I was minority owner in, and but I've never been on the stage like this.
I love it. Well, here you are on the stage now, and like, oh my God, the center stage. This is so awesome. Congratulations. So happy for you. And thank you for being with me tonight.
Thank you, Heather.
All right, back to you guys.
All right, thanks again, Heather. And boy, she's doing a great job over there. She's got the best seat in the house, as we've said, and gets to hang.
We talked
with
about
all
it a
the,
little bit off
the
air
cool
there.
kids.
Well, yeah, she gets to hang with the cool kids, but noticeable difference in the, I'll say, last 30 minutes as far as the temperature is concerned. Definitely cooled off a little bit since we started.
I didn't want to complain, and I mean,
We're not
we've got a great vantage
That's
point
exactly
ourselves,
right.
and we couldn't have asked for better weather, frankly, for this time of year. But yeah, over the course of 3 hours or so, we're starting to get a little bit of the teeth chattering thing happening here. So, but so much great racing tonight.
I was just going to say, we're getting ready to get
up.
the blood pressure, the blood will start pumping here as we get
Absolutely.
as the 3-year-old pacing colts turn into line. And interesting, as far as I'm concerned, Greg, I don't know about you, but 8-5 right now on Captain Albano. Right there with Nijinsky, but I would have maybe flip-flopped it as far as the odds are concerned.
Yeah, I mean, you could go either way. You could make a great case for either colt. They both looked fantastic last week, I thought. Captain Albano, really, second half of the season has kind of been his moment to shine. That's where he's really stepped up early in the campaign. Nijinsky looked like, he could maybe run the table. Who knows? He really was on a roll through the Pepsi NA Cup. And Meadowlands Base, it was his stablemate that got the best of him there. Mirage Hanover's right in the mix with them, pound for pound. With the right trip, he can go with them. And, toward the outside, I thought Gem Quality was good. He's got the credentials to maybe surprise. And Captain Luke, I thought, stepped up with the best race we've seen from him in quite some time.
I would agree 100%. And again, outside post, but doesn't seem to matter. And, if things set up for him, it's certainly not out of the question. I used him on my ticket as well, especially underneath for those 14-1 price.
Time is on my side for the stable. Time is on my side of Brunswick, Ohio. Anthony McDonald, the man behind the stable, he'll be in the driver's seat for trainer Tim Twaddle. Outstanding field of 10, the Glamour Boys, coming up next.
It's post time. Preferred equine starting gate rolling for race 10. Breeders' Crown final 3-year-old colt and gelding pace for $600,000. 8-5 on the 5 Captain Albano. 2-1 on 2 Nijinsky. 1 Mirage Hanover. 5-2 right now. Here they come. They're off. Time is on my side, left hard. So did Gem Quality and Captain Luke on the far outside into the first turn. Mirage Hanover from the inside with early speed. And Nijinsky as they round the first turn and head to the opening quarter. Here comes Time is on my side and Anthony McDonald. That was Captain Albano leaving hard and leaving him out there to drive. Mirage Hanover fills the gap and keeps him parked out here. Nijinsky is fourth. It's going to be a torrid opening fraction here. Calico Jack Hanover is fifth. 26-4 opens it up here. Fireworks early. Gem Quality back in sixth position. Across the backstretch they go. Parked out is Captain Luke. He's stride for stride there with McCrunch at the rear of the field. Then it's Sweet Beach Life and Howlin' the Hills as they continue to go at it. Past the half, Captain Albano, and Time is on my side, being torched on the outside. Mirage Hanover right there third, the half, 54-1. Onto the far turn they go. Gem Quality now gets in gear, fourth on the outside, and he's motoring. Nijinsky is shoveled to fifth with no racing room. Captain Luke is up third over, sixth on the outside. It's Calico Jack Hanover seventh and buried on the rail, followed by Sweet Beach Life on the inside and McCrunch. And Howlin' the Hills has to pass them all. At three quarters, Captain Albano. Time is on my side. Slingshotting off cover. Here comes Gem Quality, a Breeders' Crown champion, into the stretch drive, 121-2. And on the inside, still trying to hold on, it's Captain Albano, but out of the pocket, fresh and hot, Mirage Hanover and Dexter Dunn. Dexter Dunn and Mirage Hanover takes the lead, draws clear. Then it's Captain Albano. Surging late, Nijinsky for second, Mirage Hanover, Dexter Dunn with 5 Breeders' Crowns, then Nijinsky, then Captain Albano, and Calico Jack Hanover in 1:48, equaling the stakes record.
The Dexter Dunn Show continues in the 2024 Breeders' Crown. Trips out Mirage Hanover, and the colt knew exactly what to do from there. 148, another stakes equaling performance, and right in about here, you knew what the end result was going to be.
I've been a big fan of this horse in his last few starts. He's really made a believer out of me. Like we talked about, he's been a solid campaigner in the last 2 seasons, but in my opinion, he's just kind of breathing different air in his last few starts. And tonight, like you said, he did exactly what he was supposed to do, and that guy Dexter Dunn did it again.
And another son of the incomparable Bettor's Delight, as we continue to marvel at his overall production record. It truly is incredible. And for Dexter now, 3 Crown wins tonight, gives him 5 overall. Not a bad weekend.
When we talk about Mirage Hanover, gallant effort by Captain Albano, because he was pressed from the word go. And I thought he had every right to kind of fold there at the top of the stretch, but he really dug in gamely. Nijinsky, they opted to sit in with him, which I thought was interesting. Looked like he had some pace, but Mirage Hanover was much the best tonight.
All right, that is quite an exclamation point on his season. Mirage Hanover stakes record equaling performance, 148 in the Glamour Boy division of the Breeders' Crown. Time for another commercial break. Back from the Meadowlands Racing and Entertainment in a moment.
Winback Farm of Delaware is home to 8 exceptional stallions. New in 2024, Nutcracker Sweet, a full brother to Double Millionaire Better Sweet and half brother to the Great Sweet Lou. World Champion He's Watching, a proven sire of stakes winners, including Double Millionaire Tattoo Artist, Sports Column, an Ontario Sire Stakes star, and a 19-time winner. Top Flight Angel, won the Orchestra Final and is a multiple New York Sire Stakes champion. Also standing, Badlands Hanover, Classic Card Shark, Glide Master, and Ronnie's Bags Again. For more information, visit winbackfarm.com.
Over an eighth is Michael's Power, and Sweet Lou is at the tail of the field where he is the trailer, and Foiled Again leads the way. Modern Legend right there on the outside at his throat, applying the pressure. Pet Rock is trying to shake free. War We Needy is second over. 3/4 on the board in 1:21-4, and War We Needy is 3 wide right now, and Clear Vision follows him up on the outside. They come to the top of the stretch. War We Needy trying to launch his bid after Foiled Again. Pet Rock waiting for the passing lane. lane. It's foiled again. Pat Rock charging up the rail. Modern Legend there. Foiled again. Dead game. Clear vision late on the outside. Pat Rock on the inside. Photo finish. Foiled again. And Pat Rock together. 149-2.
Another trip to the vault and the great foiled again. It's been fun to go back down memory lane here tonight. New history being made, a new chapter in the Breeders' Crown, and Dexter Dunn, a huge part of it. There's Jake Lehman, the conditioner, and he's a man of few words, but we'll probably get a few more out of him tonight. As boy, he's going to be ecstatic. And here's a colt that's
Look at these guys
deserved
with their
this.
phones. You gotta love it.
Yeah.
You gotta love it. Everyone wanting to savor in this moment.
For sure. And we've talked about some of these horses that, they're under the radar. They're racing in the shadows of others that get more accolades, winning some of those big signature races. They deserve a win like this. And I'd say Mirage Hanover fits squarely in that category.
100%, Greg. After that Little Brown Jug final, you talk about the best horse winning the race. And again, take nothing away from Captain Albano, but I think if the roles were reversed or the trips were reversed, I'm not so sure that Mirage Hanover wasn't a winner that day. He was absolutely brilliant in defeat, in my opinion. And that's really when he kind of took me, served notice. And like I said, his last few starts, he's just, taken on wings. And hats off to his connections. They've done an absolutely fabulous job. And, of course, again, talking about Breeders' Crown, can't go without mentioning bred by the winningest breeder in the business, and that's owns the most Breeders' Crown trophies, and that's Hanover Shoe Farms.
Yeah, we're going to get a look at a statistic in a few moments. It's pretty staggering, but Mirage Hanover, $7.40, second choice in the wagering. But he was the best tonight off that perfect trip. And we always talk about Breeders' Crown in terms of year-end honors and the implications that it could have, and I think in this case, it just makes the waters even murkier. There's no real clear standout, I don't think, for year-end honors coming into tonight, and I don't know if this does much to change that.
I agree 100%, and I think it'll be interesting to see how things shake out because, just like you said, they've all taken turns, and they've all been brilliant in certain spots, and, maybe then not so brilliant in other spots. But, again, Mirage Hanover certainly belongs in that conversation.
So we talked about some of the breeding stats. Let's take a look now at the history of the Breeders' Crown, and this is really remarkable. Hanover Shoe Farms, the most recognized name in the sport, there's no question, and boy, do they stand tall when it comes to the Breeders' Crown. By far and away the most number of starters. 31 trophies. They lead the way narrowly there, but the money is incredible. $21.1 million earned by Hanover breds over the course of that time. But Brittany
Farms, as they sold their last crop of yearlings this year at the Lexington Select Sale, and turning over a new leaf. The longtime farm manager Art Zubrod and his wife Leah have done an absolutely incredible job managing the farm, and they are off to a well-deserved retirement. And as you said, their stats speak for themselves there.
And fun to see Armstrong Brothers still on the list. They ceased operations several years ago, and their nursery taken over by Winback Farm of Canada, who sits number 4 in the overall standings, and White Birch Farm, I should say, round out the top 5. And some relatively newer operations that have burst onto the scene here in the last few years as well.
And speaking of that, one interesting note: Southland Farms is listed as the breeder on Sig Sauer. As I understand, Crawford Farms foaled Sig Sauer and sold him as a yearling as well. So, an interesting note there as far as them acquiring that mare. And you talk about new breeders and rising onto the scene. Of course, Crawford Farms belongs in that conversation.
Yeah, and it kind of leads me a little bit into the last race we're going to see tonight in Twin Bee Joe Fresh. As I was watching her this year, and I sort of was under the assumption that the horse was bred by Twin Brook Farm. Yep. And that wasn't the case. It was bought in full, and in fact, I think it was Brittany Farms,
That's right,
the actual breeders of her. So they could add another trophy to their resume tonight. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. That's race 11, still one to go. We've got much more to cover here on the Glamour Boy division. We are going to hear from the winning connections coming up in a few moments.
And just one more point, because I'm a huge fan of this horse, and we talked about a little bit about Better's Delight, but finishing 1-2 at this stage in his stallion career. A lot of times you're talking about breeders and you're talking about first crop sires and sires that are enjoying success, like Sweet Lou, Always Be Mickey, and things like that. But how about this guy Better's Delight? I mean, producing Breeders' Crown champions after going out a champion in the 3-year-old pacing colts, I mean, just speaks to the greatness that he is. Absolutely. Kudos to that for sure. And we're just awaiting hearing from the winning connections. So while we do that, we'd like to once again thank everybody who has been watching from far and wide tonight. We've been keeping an eye on the feeds. Viewership has been very high on all of the different platforms tonight. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us on the live stream here this evening. While we have another race to go, we'd love to hear from everybody in terms of what they've enjoyed so far, or which horses have been the most impressive to them over the course of this year's Breeders' Crown. Certainly not disappointing here, as it makes another stop at the Meadowlands, the mecca of harness racing this season. Going to be moving on north of the border again next year as the Crown returns to Woodbine Mohawk Park in Campbellville, Ontario. And fun to speculate. We've been hearing some different names potentially in the mix for future Breeders' Crowns. We're hearing the jurisdiction of Ohio might have some interest. Of course, the Red Mile, the governor was on here last night, correct? We talk about the show being live streamed and things like that. We're going to have to change it over to like a breaking news. We're going to be a news agency moving forward. Heather breaking the news about 6 Hour going to Hanover and as you said, Red Mile and things. So, we're going to need to get the guys back in the van to get us a breaking news ticker.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of everything for sure. Looks like they've got Jake Lehman standing by in the winner's circle now.
Welcome back to the winner's circle, everybody. Dave Little with you, and I'm joined by trainer Jake Lehman. Mirage Hanover wins the 3-year-old Colts and Geldings Breeders' Crown Final. This horse loves to close ground late, doesn't he?
Oh, he absolutely loves it. He just loves to do it.
It's the trips have really been working out lately for Mirage Hanover. The fact of the matter is, earlier in the year, Jake, he'd been coming from a little bit further from the kitchen, and lately he's been right on the helmet of the leaders, and that goes an awful long way towards helping to win, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It just goes in just bad trips sometimes. Just lots more good horses, earlier in the year and a little fresher, and it just worked out a lot different.
Talk about the way that Mirage Hanover goes about his work during the week. Does he like his work? Do you have to get after him? What kind of a horse is he? What kind of a temperament does he have?
Oh, he's laid back, just easy to jog, 2 fingers, and never gets too excited, and just goes when you ask him.
Now, what about the trip tonight? Was that the absolute ideal trip? Because, off camera I was telling you, I thought maybe Toddy would let Anthony go, which would have left you in the 3-hole. But you're saying to me that Todd did what you probably thought he should have done?
Yeah, I think so.
So, you're sitting just off that action, and you're licking your chops at the top of the stretch, or do you think that Todd might have enough to hold you off?
That's a really tough horse, so it was, going to come right down to it.
So what are you looking for later in the year for Mirage Hanover?
He's got a couple things left, like the Matron. Let's see.
Is he better now than he was maybe around Meadowlands pace time? Because he sure seems to be peaking right now.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, Jake Lehman, a man of few words, but that's a lot.
You alluded to it, and I lived up to the hype. So,
it's great.
Well,
great to see.
To be fair, right? After a win like that, it would be hard for anybody to kind of put it into words, and so it can oftentimes be difficult. And again, we talked a little bit about it, but hats off to the connections, of course, for taking the time, because those are the people we want to hear from. Those are the stories we want to hear from, just like our girl Heather in the Winners Lounge. And it sounds like he's going to have a couple of more races on his dance card this season. And who knows if he can rack up, winning something like the Matron. I'm not sure what else would be left for him at this point. Could he get himself in the conversation? I'm not sure, but
he does have a Breeders' Crown trophy on his resume now. Speaking of Heather Vitale, let's go back over to her one more time in the warm, cozy confines of the Diamond Creek Winners Lounge.
I'm actually very warm and cozy because I'm standing next to, should I say it is harness racing's leading sire, R.J. Dunn, the father of Dexter Dunn and Johnny Dunn. R.J., it's so awesome you're here for Breeders' Crown. You've been up here for a couple months, right, in America?
I did go home for a couple of weeks just after the Kentucky, but had a great time. So now I'm back and so pleased to be here for these 2 great nights of racing.
Now, tell me about when you come up here, there's a lot of differences between New Zealand and American racing. Just point out a couple things to us.
Oh, well, down home we've got a lot of standing starts, which, can be a bugbear at times. And we don't race over a mile a lot. We race mainly 1,980 metres or 2,000 metres or 2,600 and also 2.7 and 3.2. So we go right up to 2 miles and down to 1 mile. So it's completely different. We have 15, 16 horse fields. On the grass track we have 16, and we've got grass tracks, of course. And where I train in Auckland, Johnny's down in Christchurch with the big team. And in Auckland we go the other way around to make it more confusing. So we go right-handed.
Now, actually, we were talking earlier. You said when you were 17 years old, you came to America with Chris Ryder's dad.
I did. I came to PK, we called him, and we were at Monticello. Now, back in the day, Heather, there was Yonkers, and there was Roosevelt, and then there was Monticello, and that was it. They were, other tracks too, but they were the 3 big tracks.
Before I let you go, because we're going to post-parade, is there anything embarrassing, like you can tell us about Dexter, any cute baby stories or anything?
You know Dexter better as much as I do, and I better be very careful because I am staying with him, and I don't want to be out because it's cold at night.
Okay, I'll give you that. All right, thank you, RJ, and enjoy your weekend.
Thanks, Heather.
Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Heather. Great to meet RJ. He's a bit of a character. Sure.
Yeah, exactly. And, got to give it to Heather for trying to get us some inside scoop there. And
she tried.
On Dexter. She tried. Hats off to her.
That's a good dad right there.
That's right.
He wasn't giving away any secrets. As we meet the field for the Mayor's Open Pace, and it is the final Breeders' Crown event on this outstanding night number 2. It's $400,000 up for grabs, and the great Twin B Jill Fresh is the clear headliner this season, putting together just an incredible, one of the most memorable campaigns by an older pacing mare we've seen in the history of the sport, frankly. But Grace Hill has really rebounded of late. Might have something to say about that. Silver Label, the Canadian Invader, she's had many of her past successes right here at the Big M. And you've got last year's crown champion as a rookie, Sylvia Hanover.
Yeah, just an incredible group, Greg. And like you talked about, wonderful that we get to see this deep of a group as far as the open mares are concerned. Like you said, when you've got a mare like Sylvia Hanover in here, and she's the third one that you mentioned, just speaks to the depth of the field. And we're taking a look at Twin B Joe Fresh and these mares, and just absolutely beautiful specimens on the track. And there's a look at Sylvia Hanover, of course. Breeders' Crown, no stranger to success here at the Meadowlands and also in the Breeders' Crown. She finished 4th in her elimination. Tough assignment here from the outside, though.
And a testament to the talent and the durability of some of the mares in the division. Grace Hill, people may, quickly sort of forget or need reminding. She won this division just 2 years ago, back in 2022. And it was Mac's contract getting it done last year. But here's Grace Hill back with an opportunity for a second win in the Mayor's Open Pace. But you'll have to go through the mare who's dominated the division all season long, Twin B Jill Fresh. Her trainer, Chris Ryder, standing by with Mike.
Thanks so much, guys. Chris, what a weekend it has been for you and your stable. It's got to be the highlight of the year.
Yeah, it was great to get a nice win last night with the 2-year-old, and got a second tonight with a 3-year-old filly, and we're looking to get this, of course. Yes.
A Twin B Joe Fresh has stamped herself at the top of this division and all of harness racing, for that matter. What makes her so good?
She's just got the engine, and everything's falling into place. trips, had fairly good post most of the year until last week. And she's just a terrific animal, yeah. So,
Chris, you're going to be going into the Hall of Fame next year. Congratulations on that. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, it means a lot. Yeah, that's something that just kind of crept up, and it was a nice surprise to get that phone call. And yeah, I'm honoured. Yes.
Chris, congratulations. Good luck in this upcoming 11th race.
Right, I appreciate it. Thanks.
Nice.
Thank you again, Mike and Chris Ryder. One of those sort of mild-mannered guys that I don't know if quietly is the right word.
You missed it. Mike Carter, again, working so hard and doing a great job out there. He was able to get instant reaction from Chris Ryder, and it was maybe, excuse the pun, maybe the most animated I've seen him. He said, "Mickey and Minnie, she's no cartoon." And he was very excited. So it was wonderful to see. But as you said, he's one of those guys that's gracious in victory, also gracious in defeat as well.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. And I was going to say, maybe he's kind of been under the radar. And that's probably not an accurate way to put it. But, maybe a little more quietly than some other guys. He's had an amazing career.
Yeah.
And,
and interesting there, Heather talking to Dexter's dad and saying that he came over with Chris Ryder back in the Monticello days. So, it's easy, like we talk about, to look at the program and think, okay, Chris Ryder and Dexter Dunn are a formidable combination. But to know they go back that far, that certainly speaks volumes to their relationship.
And the impact of horse people from down under on the sport in North America has been incredible, as well as other parts of the world. But, we're really seeing those folks at the forefront this year. Chris Ryder's having an incredible weekend. Of course, we see what Dexter's doing. The McCarthys, excuse me, have had their moment in the spotlight this weekend as well. But, we're also potentially looking at something a little bit bigger here in this division. If Twin Bee Joe Fresh were to win and cap off this season, I think she's the front runner for overall horse of the year. Wouldn't you say?
Agree completely. And when you're talking about Twin Bee Joe Fresh, and when I was doing some studying up for the broadcast, I had to go back. When was the last time we were talking about an older pacing mare in the conversation for Horse of the Year? And of course, Charton 2019 comes to mind. And what an incredible campaign she did. But to emphasize what you said, I agree 100%. She's just been dazzling, and to continue to see her on the track, after what she did at 2, after what she did at 3, and we oftentimes talk about the step up from Linda Toscano talking a little bit about it with It's My Show, a horse stepping up from the 3-year-old ranks to the 4-year-old ranks, and what that kind of takes. So just to see her be so dominant year after year, just speaks to the incredible talent that we get to watch week in and week out.
There she is, and she looks fantastic. Again, she's gone so many big miles this season. She has been well traveled, but holding her form certainly, but physically, she looks fantastic. And you can sometimes, by the end of the tough season, start to see it physically, that it's taken a little bit of a toll on them, but you certainly don't get any indication of that with this champion mare. And this division, we focus a lot in harness racing in the Glamour Boy division, the older male pacers, but pound for pound over the last couple of decades, the older mare division, it seems year in and year out, provide some of the deepest groups and the best races you see anywhere in North America.
Agreed 100%. Like you said, they're just tough as they come, week in and week out, and you just love to see it. Much the same story for the great Sylvia Hanover as she approaches $2 million in career earnings, and what she's done on the track, again at 2, at 3, and now back at 4, dancing all of those dances, and the career that she's had.
So just before we get ready to go here with our Breeders' Crown finale tonight, we're going to try and update the contest jockey standings. And when we last looked earlier in the night, Jeremy Brewer had built up quite a bankroll of more than $15,000. That has changed, though. Big shift on the leaderboard, and it's Kevin Costigan who's now leading the way. His bankroll at just over $7,500. William Clark with $7,000. There's some big bankrolls there, and I'm sure some big wagers, big mythical wagers being made here. So good luck to all competitors in the final leg of that. And for the final time tonight, it is a Breeders' Crown Championship final lining up behind the gate. It's the Mare's Pace. Can Twin B Joe Fresh cap off her amazing campaign? One more time, we go up to Ken Workington.
Trotting Association and Mark Ford Training Center. And at 2 to 5, the 5 Twin B Joe Fresh. Race 11. Field of 10. Pacing mares on gate. Here they come. They're off. Kobe's Gigi's out fast. Sylvia Hanover tried to leave on the outside. That's a Grace Hill put in play with Always Be Naughty on the inside. Third, Twin B Joe Fresh is fourth. Sylvia Hanover right there to the outside. Fifth, the Silver Label in between horses, sixth. And then it's Strong Poison on the rail. That one followed by Beach Cowgirl at the rear of the field with Valar, Doe, Hyris, and the Barn Dogs watching. 2 wide past the opening quarter. It's Kobe's Gigi in front. Momentarily, Grace Hill edging out of the pocket spot. 27-2 opens it up here. Twin B Joe Fresh stalks them from third. On the inside, Always Be Naughty is fourth. Parked on the outside is Silver Label, just sitting on the outside fifth. Strong Poison saving ground sixth. Sylvia Hanover caught behind the stalling cover. Then it's Beach Cowgirl on the rail with Villard Dohiris on the outside. The Barn Dogs watching, still trails at the half. And Twin B Joe Fresh and Dexter Dunn, they make their move to the front off a half of 54-3. Twin B Joe Fresh right there and climbing over the helmet. Momentarily to the outside was Grace Hill. Here comes Silver Label, fresh and hot now third, now second and challenging. Twin B Joe Fresh has company. Twin B Joe Fresh, Silver Label on the outside of Poured On. Grace Hill is right there third as they pass 3/4. And Always Be Naughty is lurking second over. Kobe's Gigi was shuffled to fifth on the inside. Sylvia Hanover is third over and fans out. 3/4, 1:21-4. Twin B Joe Fresh accelerates. Twin B Joe Fresh, a powerhouse, left them in the dust here. On the far outside, Sylvia Hanover. Twin B Joe Fresh locks it down in the Breeders' Crown, and a record 6 crowns for Dexter Dunn. Twin B Joe Fresh dominates over Kobe's Gigi. Then it was Silver on the outside. Sylvia Hanover third. 1:49 flat. Twin B Joe Fresh. Wow!
And yes, you are likely looking at your horse of the year in harness racing, Twin B Joe Fresh. Dexter Dunn, his 6th Breeders' Crown trophy of the weekend, hauling down half of the hardware given out. And Twin B Joe Fresh turning for home. It looked like there might be others that would take a shot at her, but once Dexter gave her the green light, she was gone in an instant.
I was going to say, Greg, off air, we're sitting here watching this race, and we both audibly said, whoa. It seemed like when he asked her, she found another gear, and just what an incredible display. We've sat up here, we've watched a number of races, we've watched 11 races, and again, you just have to recognize talent like that when you see it, and hats off to Twin B Joe Fresh and everything we just watched there.
And for Dexter Dunn, he's a pretty cool customer. You don't typically see those big displays of emotion like that. And I just think a lot of emotion came out of him coming to the wire there. The whip raised in the air. You could see the big smile on his face.
Just gave her a good pat, too.
The pat on the back.
Pat on the butt there. You got to love that. And, obviously maybe a little, he owns part of this one too, so maybe a little sweeter as well. But I think obviously it was a display of what a weekend it's been for him.
Right, and he truly appreciates the horses.
That's right.
Probably a big part of why he's been so successful, along with obviously the God-given talent that he has. And we're watching some history here this weekend. That's 6 Breeders' Crown trophies for Dexter. Amazing the impact he's had on the Breeders' Crown Series in just a short period of time. And talk about putting an exclamation point on it here with Twin B Joe Fresh, as you mentioned, one that he's a part owner of. very likely locking down overall Horse of the Year honor. So, what we saw from him this weekend, right up there with what we saw from Dave Miller and Jimmy Takter a few years back in Canada, where they simply dominated.
Yeah, exactly. And, we talk about that momentum. We talked about that yesterday, when you get started with that kind of momentum. But, you just got to love it. He just loves this mare. And, every time like you said, you talk to Dexter and always give credits to the horse. But you can just tell when he talks about Twin B Joe Fresh, he just, it just hits a little different when it comes to this mare and the incredible talent she has. I do want to mention too, we talk about Twin B Joe Fresh, incredible effort there by Kobe's Gigi, another Indiana sired horse that I'm going to give props to. But she left alertly again in the through the first quarter. I said, wow, she's on a mission, but really closed well there. So hats off to Team Burke and David Miller. A nice effort there. And similar story for Sylvia Hanover. Obviously not an ideal trip for her, but she was able to overcome it and get up to complete that trifecta.
Yeah, you're right, Sylvia. The 2-year-old champion, and got the better of Twin B Joe Fresh a few more times last year, certainly. But this year, just a lot of seconds and thirds behind one of the greatest older mares we have ever seen in the sport, frankly. And there's nothing, no shame in that for sure. And another nice payday for her. Twin B Joe Fresh, though. That acceleration away from the field at the top of the stretch, very impressive. At this point in the season and against the best mares on the planet, to be able to do that is remarkable.
It really is. And, again, like we talked about that acceleration home, I thought it was interesting. Typically we've seen her on the front and she just simply steps out of there and paces away from the field. He opted to sit with her for just a second and didn't move her till down the backside. But, again, we're sitting here talking about great horses do what great horses do. And that's exactly what we saw there.
Okay, let's take one more quick commercial break, and we'll be back to wrap up this very entertaining Mares Open Pace next.
HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
Chameleon and Base Fella moving to the three-quarter pole. Matt Scooter commands the fractions with a length and a half. Camtastic is at the rail. Jaguar Spur on the outside, followed by Running Need Low Bow. Dick at the heaven is dropped back to fifth. Three-quarters, 124 and 4. By far the fastest three-quarters here ever at Freehold Raceway. On world record is in the making here as they come off the turn. Camtastic with Michelle LaChance is in second position. Matt Scooter with Michelle LaChance, and Camtastic is out and driving. Michelle LaChance has Matt Scooter under drive, and here comes Camtastic in the final yard. Far side, Running Mead Low Bell. It's Matt Scooter leading the way, scoring easily by 3. Check the teletimer, 1:53 and 2, a track record here at Freehold Raceway.
A look at Twin B Joe Fresh with that walk back into the winner's circle, and another show of affection for our from driver Dexter Dunn, I should say, here as he is
you gotta love it too.
Showing the love.
Absolutely not rattled, right? A guy, obviously a Dexter, but just run up and grab her by the head, and she's just such a lovely, lovely, lovely mare.
Yeah, all class to say the least. There are the Bear Mutual details, and $2.10 across the board. So more Crown history there. That'll go into the record books from a wagering perspective, no doubt. Kobe's GG, the long shot, though, finishes in second spot, and with that you get a healthy exacta return, $46.60. Sylvia Hanover and Grace Hill rounding out the top 4 in here. But Twin B Joe Fresh, she has been in her own stratosphere this year, and continues that. She's visited the winner's circle 10 times now in 12 starts, no worse than second in those dozen trips post-ring. incredible.
It certainly is, and I don't want to say a yearling bargain purchase, but $65,000 a roll with Joe mare. I mean, for horses or for folks that are involved in racing, $65,000 is moderately priced. But wow, what a return on investment there. She just continues to add to her bankroll. I think it also begs the question, Greg. Talk about horse of the year and things like that. I mean, where do we go from here? Do we get to see her back on the track, or do you think they go out on top or bring her back for another year?
That's a really good question. Well, we certainly hope we see her back on the track for another year. And having said that, you're always looking forward to see them in their second career and seeing their offspring hit the racetrack eventually as well. So who knows? Maybe we'll get those answers or get an indication of that in the post-race reaction. Chris Ryder, Dexter Dunn, a couple of the down under guys that have really put their stamp on this weekend here once again, and that familiarity, that camaraderie, has to go a long way.
Yeah, very, like you said, agree completely. And like we talked about at the top of the show, this mare has won just about everything there is to win, but it doesn't get old. And you and I, like I said, we've sat up here and we've watched just an incredible night of racing, and we still were utterly impressed by what we saw from Twin B Joe Fresh, and that just doesn't get old. And camaraderie, I have nothing to do with Twin B Joe Fresh, but I've got nothing but respect, and I feel like I love her just as much as Chris Ryder and Dexter Dunn do.
Yeah, and this is a filly you really admired her last year, and she was probably the only filly that could handle Sylvia Hanover at times last year, and her and Sylvia sort of traded blows, and this year Twin B Joe Fresh just elevated her game to another level, and she's got every weapon you could have at your disposal. There's just there's no weakness in her game.
Agreed, and like you said, she just continues to impress. And I think it's interesting too because they haven't missed any spots with her. They take her to Woodbine, they take her to Dayton. She didn't race in Lexington this year, but she's obviously raced there as well. So they don't really shy away from anything. And obviously when you've got talent like that, you don't have to. And again, she just continues to impress. So hats off to the connections. And again, I want to reiterate, I know we've talked about it and certainly don't want to belabor the point, but just the job that it takes to manage these horses. And we talked to Noel Daly, and he says 6 Hour has had some issues, and similar story with Ron Burke and TCI and the likes. And so just to manage these horses at the top level like they've done with this mare is just absolutely incredible.
All right, we'll get back over to the winner's circle here and have a look at the presentations here one more time. And no, folks, if you're tuning in, you're not watching.
If Heather is going to get
recording.
Dexter in the winner's lounge. That would really be interesting.
I was going to say that's Dexter Dunn again.
We'll just rename it. We'll have to talk to Diamond Creek. It can be the Diamond Creek winner's lounge, but it can also be the Dexter Dunn winner's lounge.
Certainly so. That would be the case here this evening. Final photo ops, and we'll get the winning connections assembled here in just a moment for a few more winning words as we get close to putting the finishing touches on an incredible 2024 Breeders' Crown. And Emily, we're going to ask you what your highlight of the weekend has been so far.
Well, I want to give a shout out to the crew. Absolutely love working with the Cujo Entertainment crew, and you, of course, Greg and Mark and Mike Carter and things like that. It's interesting for me because I like we've talked about, worked very closely with some Breeders' Crowns and Bennett Hoosier Park and things like that. And this whole experience has probably been my favorite, to just sit back, relax, and talk about racing and not worry about all the other 972 things that are going on, and just to actually get to enjoy the racing. It has just been incredible. And again, shout out to the horses because they just continue to impress and continue to deliver incredible performances.
Yeah, I couldn't say it any better myself. I feel exactly the same way. Let's take one more commercial break, and we'll be back to put the finishing touches on things here from the Meadowlands.
By now, you know the name Cosa-Tv, an industry leader producing unique, high-quality digital content promoting harness racing in Ontario. Features, virtual programming, live events, and more. Cosa-Tv has it covered. Follow our social media channels and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube page to view the latest content. And if you're looking to bet your favorite Ontario track, check out hpibet.com. Cosa-Tv, taking Ontario racing global.
Inside is fifth. Dahlia shuffled back sixth on the inside. Then Mystery Chase, Blue Claw, Liz Finney, and Bittersweet the trailer. Some Beach Somewhere still being tracked intently by Shadow Play as the Beach hits the three-quarter marker in 1:22, and they come to the top of the stretch. Some Beach Somewhere looking to pour it on. McDonnell kicks out the plugs, and he draws away to a 3-length lead. Shadow Play trying to rev up and come get him from the pocket spot. Up the rail is Blue Ridge Western. Some Beach Somewhere. Shadow Play on the outside. Blue Ridge Western at the rail. Some Beach Somewhere leads it as they head down to the line. Some Beach Somewhere goes out a champion in the Breeders' Crown. 1:48.3.
That was a look at the late, great Some Beach Somewhere in our final from the vault tonight. And there's a look at the great Twin Bee Joe Fresh coming to the wire as a Breeders' Crown champion. Her 10th trip to the winner's circle this season and 6th of the weekend in Breeders' Crown action for Dexter Dunn. One more time, back over to the winner's circle. Here's Mark McKelvey.
The 2024 Breeders' Crown comes to a close, and how about this? It's a record 6 wins in one single event by driver Dexter Dunn. This one extra special. You do it with your great mare, Twin Bee Joe Fresh. I mean, coming into the weekend, you had a loaded lineup, but did it really ever cross your mind, or did you just take it race by race?
Yeah, it's probably the last thing on my mind, Stewie. You know, like you said, I had a lot of great horses to drive this weekend, but it's Breeders' Crown. It's not easy. It's tough racing. You've seen tonight, you know, a lot of tough miles, but you know, the trainers had them ready and they performed.
I mean, she has been incredible all season long. This was just a powerhouse performance. Take us through. It looked like a little bit of a waiting game going into the backstretch. Once you got out to the lead and you kicked clear at the head of the lane, you must have just been smiling ear to ear.
Yeah, you know, obviously it's sort of same as last week with Grace Hill on my back, but Amir, she felt so good tonight. CJ and Pete and Barb, they were so happy with her, and you know, going to the gate, she was up on her tippy toes, and that's a sign she was ready to rock and roll. And it came around that last turn, she just felt so good, and I called on her, and she changed gears, sprinted off well.
I mean, she's an incredible mare. You're having an incredible season. But last question for you before we'll bring in winning trainer Chris Ryder. 6 wins, it sets a record. What's going through your mind when you hear something like that on this stage, the Breeders' Crown?
It's a thrill, you know. It's not in my wildest dreams. I think that this weekend would happen when I moved over here. But, you know, so much support, so many good horses to drive, and you know, my wife Jill and daughter Mila's at home, and yeah, baby. So it's just been a great ride.
Congratulations, Dex.
All right, thanks, Joey.
All right, let's bring in Chris Ryder. Chris, I mean, Twin Bee Joe Fresh, just a dream season. I think this victory here is going to lock up Horse of the Year. What's this ride been like with her all season long?
Well, I've been trying to take it one race at a time, and you know, just Dexter's been looking after her. We haven't really, you know, bottomed her out a heck of a lot. Basically wanted to keep her good for this week. Had a hiccup last week, so we got over that, and I was pretty sure she was 100% tonight. So, but it means an awful amount. Yeah, it really means a lot. It's been very exciting all year, you know, and we started out the year and we were pretty confident with it, and then she started winning and kept winning, and it's just been fantastic. Yeah.
It's been quite the ride, like we said, and to bounce back, like you said, a little hiccup last week, but bounces back with that performance here tonight. I see so many family, friends, everybody here in the winner's circle. It's got to be special to enjoy these moments with such a great supporting crew.
Yeah, I understand she's got a lot of support. You know, the media have been very good to me, though. She's popular with them and fans, and so I just didn't want to disappoint tonight. So it's a big relief for me, yes.
Well, congratulations on this Breeders' Crown trophy.
Thanks so much.
Twin Bee Joe Fresh caps off the 2024 Breeders' Crown. Is she the Horse of the Year? She's got my vote. Twin Bee Joe Fresh wins the crown.
Well, she's got my vote too. What about you?
Mine too. Not that it amounts to much, but
we don't get a vote.
No question. No question as far as I'm concerned. You know, and I was just briefly scrolling social media there, and I saw a number of comments, unanimous, should be unanimous horse of the year after what we saw. And, Greg, we talked a little bit about it, and, we've obviously heard from Dexter tonight. But as I said, you can tell in his voice and also Chris's voice what a win like that does. There's a lot of pressure that comes with a mare like this, and that oftentimes sometimes goes overlooked. The pressure that is into a race like this, and what a relief and what a sense of joy it is to be able to celebrate with her.
A lot of pressure. Good pressure, though. Pressure that,
I would take the pressure if I
enjoy,
if
for
I could
sure.
get a mare like Twin Bee Joe Fresh.
And speaking of votes, my vote for hardest working person on the crew tonight, other than our people behind the scenes,
That's
Mike
right.
Carter. And we're going to bring in Mike now for your final thoughts on what was a great night.
Thanks so much, guys. What an incredible weekend of racing it was. And for me, Twin Bee Joe Fresh, I do get a vote, and she is my horse of the year vote without a doubt. It's been an incredible night of racing. It's cooling off a little bit, but what fun we have had with all the incredible performances we have had here tonight. And one thing about it, it wasn't all favorites. We saw a few long shots. We saw some mid-price horses, so that definitely helped things out. Greg, Emily, what a great night.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mike. Great job hustling and catching up with
Making
all
us
of the
look good up
connections. Absolutely. Both pre and post race tonight. He mentioned the word fun there. I don't know if anyone has more fun at the Breeders' Crown than Heather Vitale. And we're going to head over to her one more time for her final thoughts. Heather?
Before your final thoughts, Heather, is there any champagne left?
This evening, we had long shots. We had love stories. We had a legend being retired. I mean, everything happened this evening. And I think we just saw our horse of the year. We've got a Twin Bee Joe Fresh entourage in here. We got a horse of the year. What's going on? We need some yells and screams. Yes. Yeah, pretty sure. Yeah, they've got her vote. So, all right, guys, I had a great night. It's an incredible Breeders' Crown weekend. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Heather. And I guess there's only one way to find out if
About
there's
the
any
champagne.
champagne. You're going to have to take a walk over there.
Hear us. But no report there on the champagne, so we're just going to have to hope for the best, Greg.
We have champagne problems tonight. There you go. That is going to do it for Breeders' Crown Weekend 2024, and that will put a wrap on things. Again, a big thank you to all of you for tuning in, both last night and this evening, worldwide audience, and it was wonderful to have you on board. Big thank you to all of the breeders, of course, of these fine animals, and the owners, and the trainers, drivers, and the caretakers, of course, who do a wonderful job of taking care of these magnificent animals week in and week out. And a big thank you to the horses themselves. What a show we saw over the last two nights. Breeders' Crown 2024 in the books. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll catch you next time. Enjoy the rest of your night from the Meadowlands Racing and Entertainment.
A lot happens in a year. New faces fight for their moment of glory.
And it's Nijinsky in deep stretch. Drawing clear! Nijinsky hauls home the Pepsi North America Cup.
I think we're going to see him more and more in the next few weeks or months.
Champions look to defend their thrones.
Twin Bee Joe Fresh. She's going to get her 9th of the season and win the Dayton Distaff Derby. She is in a field all alone. A Twin Bee Joe Fresh.
Others try to cement their monstrous campaign.
But it's by the missile, decisive winner.
All while the crowd cheers for victory.
It's all Captain Albano and Tom McCarthy.
Now, at the Meadowlands Racetrack in East Rutherford, New Jersey, the best in the sport face off to be crowned as champions. 2 nights, 12 divisions, 1 goal. It all comes down to the Breeders' Crown.
Kings of the crowd!